Chapter 873. P.S. Thank you to Mr. Barbecued Noodles and Mr. Saint Evil for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Mr. Nickfanny for your tip. So what if we get a higher status? In fact, we don't want this power at all. No, it should be said that normal believers of the cross don't want this power, Kengujai said. At this time, Indix, who had already guessed a possibility from Kengujai's words, couldn't help but change his expression. Do you understand now? The people of the Roman Orthodox Church don't want to get a powerful weapon like the Book of Law. What they want is a weapon to conquer the world, not a weapon to destroy the world. Kengujai stared into Sei Ito's eyes as he said. So, they decided to secretly eliminate Asola, the only person who could get the power of the Book of Law. However, Asola seemed to be aware of this, so she tried her best to arrange for herself to go to a place that the Roman Orthodox Church couldn't control: Japan. Ironically, her itinerary coincided with the delivery of the Book of Law. After arriving in Japan, she tried to contact the local cross sect in Japan, which is our Amakusa sect. In the end, we agreed to help her escape. The robbery of the Book of Law was just a show put on by the Roman Orthodox Church. How could we rob the Book of Law? They did this just to link Asola's disappearance to the Book of Law. When the two disappeared together, everyone would think that the murderer's goal was to decipher the Book of Law. But if she was the only one missing, then everyone would start to speculate about other possibilities, such as she escaped from the Roman Orthodox Church to save her life. Seeing that Sei Ito's expression didn't change, Kengujai sighed lightly. Now, do you still think that the Roman Orthodox Church is good? Can you say with certainty that Asola Aquinas was handed over to them? Nothing will happen to her? Don't you have any doubts in your heart? In the end, Kengujai questioned Sei Ito with a series of questions, trying to make him waver. If you still believe that it's not true, then tell me your basis. Otherwise, seriously face the doubts in your heart. Just think about it calmly. Everyone knows which side is the real enemy. Jianlongjai roared angrily. Sei Ito was still nowhere to be seen. If what you said is true, why did Asola escape from you? The first time I met Asola, she was walking alone near Academy City. According to Steele, the Roman Orthodox Church and the Amakusa clan were engaged in a fierce battle at that time. Asola must have taken advantage of the chaos to escape from the control of both sides. If what you say is true, why did she run away? Sei Ito said calmly as he looked at the words, Jian Gong Zhai, that was rising and falling rapidly. She's just like you now. Although she was the one who took the initiative to ask us for help in the end, she still couldn't completely trust us. She must have had such thoughts in her mind. Those people have no reason to be willing to go against the Roman Orthodox Church, the world's largest religion, just to save me. They will definitely ask me to provide the way to interpret the Book of Law in return. After a moment of silence, Jian Gong Zhai sighed softly. Hearing this, Sei Ito finally understood why Asola didn't immediately give him an answer. In the end, Asola had doubts about his motives. Even if he clearly said that he didn't belong to any faction during the battle with Jian Gong Zhai and was alone, it was still the same. Even if it was because he was alone. On the contrary, it made Asola feel that he would ask her for the way to interpret the Book of Law, to gain strength and have something to rely on to fight against the Roman Orthodox Church. For a moment, Sei Ito, Indix, and Jian Gong Zhai were all silent. At this moment, a high-pitched female scream suddenly came from afar. The voice was full of complex emotions: fear, rejection, despair, and pain. It made one's heart tighten. The moment the voice sounded, Sei Ito immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. At the same time, Indix's gaze also fell on Sei Ito. Did you hear that? Do you still have doubts about what I said? Jian Gong Zhai also looked at Sei Ito and said. Then, without waiting for Sei Ito to answer, he continued in a hurry. Now, as long as we act quickly, we can still save her life. But if we continue to waste time here, she will be in more and more danger. Now that the situation is urgent, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. Let's put our problems aside for now. The most important thing now is to protect Asola's safety. Even if we are still enemies, it doesn't matter. In addition, I beg you, you must take Asola Aquina back from the hands of the Roman Orthodox Church. Take her to a place where the Roman Orthodox Church, and we can't find her. Jian Gongjai looked at Seito with a serious face and said. Seito nodded slightly and agreed to Jian Gongjai's request. At this moment, a series of light footsteps sounded in the night sky. Then 2 nuns, one tall and one short in spring black robes, gradually came into view of Seito, Indix, and Jian Gongjai. The tall nun carried a wooden carriage wheel that was much bigger than a round table on her shoulder. The short nun had a belt around her waist. Hanging from her belt were 4 brown cloth bags that looked like ancient money bags. They were about the size of a baseball. Inside the bags were small objects that looked like coins. Along with the short nun's movements, the bags made a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. The taller nun took out an old leather-bound notebook from her sleeve pocket. She opened it and looked down. Then, she nodded and walked toward Seito. You are the helper of the unorthodox church, right? Please hand over the heresy's mastermind that you have captured to us. The one who is the enemy of God is he, right? After that, she turned her head and looked at Jian Gongjai, who was detained. At the same time, the short nun beside her walked slowly toward Jian Gongjai. Wait a minute. Seito looked at the tall nun and said, What's the matter? The tall nun stared at Seito and said, I want to see Asola again. Seito requested. I'm sorry, but we can't agree. Although Sister Asola has our protection, the enemy's strength is still unknown. So, she is not absolutely safe. Under such circumstances, we can only act according to the rules. The safety of our people is our top priority. When she returns to Rome, we will send you an invitation letter. The tall nun said in a businesslike manner. Since you can't bring her here, I won't force you. Seito said softly. Jian Gongjai's face was filled with anger. When the tall nun sighed in relief, he continued, Take me with you. I'll go to your place to meet Asola. That should be fine, right? The tall nun frowned and looked at Seito for a while. Then, she sighed as if she had given up. Boom! Hundreds and thousands of wood chips flew towards Seito like arrows. PFFF 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 PFFF. In the next moment, a series of light explosions rang out. An invisible telekinetic barrier blocked all the sawdust flying towards Seito and Inticus. New! Sister Lucia. Is this a good idea? Didn't Sister Agnes say that we must avoid conflict with the guests as much as possible? The short nun looked at Sister Lucia with a flustered expression. Shut up, Sister Angelina. Damn it, that's why I don't want the heretics to move around freely. They should be chased away as soon as possible. It's all Sister Agnes' fault for giving such a naive order to leave them alone. You've really screwed me over. Sister Lucia first rudely reprimanded the short nun Angelina, then explained with an impatient expression. At this moment, the explosion of the wooden wheel had ended, but it didn't stay still on the ground like other wooden products. Instead, as if it had received a time reversal magic, it scrambled to gather in Sister Lucia's raised palm one after another. In the blink of an eye, it had converged into a wooden wheel that was exactly the same as the previous one. Troublesome things keep coming one after another. It's really unbearable. Let's just set it up so that you'll be killed by this person. That's the easiest way. After that, we'll kill this person and it'll be flawless. Sister Lucia shook her head slightly and said in a flat tone. That look gave people the feeling that he often did this kind of framing and framing. He had already lost his initial passion and nervousness, but it was clear that she didn't know what kind of person Seito was, or even if she did, she didn't take him seriously. She thought that she could easily deal with him with the spirit equipment in her hand, so she didn't even notice that Sei-Ito had already appeared in front of her while she was speaking. With a stunned expression, Sei-Ito slashed her neck and knocked her unconscious. Sister Lucia. Sister Angelina saw this and grabbed 2 small bags with both hands. She looked nervously and worriedly at Sister Lucia, who had collapsed in Sei-Ito's arms. What should I do? Sister Angelina, who didn't get a response from Sister Lucia, had an expression that looked like she was about to cry as she whispered to herself. You don't have to think about anything. Just sleep quietly for a while. Angelina was still at a loss. Sei-Ito whispered as he appeared behind her with Sister Lucia in his arms. After saying that, he waved his right hand and chopped at Angelina's neck, knocking her out. Then, Sei-Ito gently placed Sister Lucia and Sister Angelina on the ground and walked to Kengong-jai. Under Inticus's gaze, he removed the runes on Kengong-jai's body and removed the restraints that Stare had placed on him. What do you plan to do now? Kengong-jai asked as he stood up and looked at Sei-Ito. I'm going to get Asola back, Sei-Ito said calmly as he turned to look in the direction of the scream. Are you going to fight against 250 combat nuns with all kinds of spiritual equipment by yourself? Jian Gong-jai asked with a frown. In this world, except for saints who can break through the speed of sound in an instant and masters who are as strong as saints, normal casters and a sea of people are no threat to me. Although Sei-Ito's tone was calm, the confidence he exuded made Kengong-jai raise his eyebrows. It seems that I've underestimated you, Kengong-jai said with a slightly surprised expression. Then, he changed the topic and continued, but that's still too reckless. I plan to first rescue my men captured by the Roman Orthodox Church, then launch an attack on them. Whatever, Sei-Ito said indifferently. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced through the sky, attracting the attention of Sei-Ito and Kengong-jai. If I'm not wrong, the Roman Orthodox Church is planning to retreat, Kengong-jai said. Inticus. Sei-Ito nodded and called out to Inticus. Hearing the summon, Inticus did not hesitate and immediately ran to Ito-sei's side. After that, Ito-sei bent down and hugged Indik. With psychokinesis, he moved as fast as a sage. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the Jiangguangzai sign. Maybe he can really save that woman single-handedly. Kengong-jai looked in the direction Sei-Ito disappeared and muttered to himself. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave immediately to save his men captured by the Roman Orthodox Church. However, at that moment, a piece of paper that fell quietly attracted his attention. On the other side, Sei-Ito, who was moving at a speed comparable to a saint, quickly arrived near the Roman Orthodox Church's troops. It's not good for you to get involved in what's going to happen next. Otherwise, it might trigger a war between the British Puritans and the Roman Orthodox Church. So, you have to hide in a corner and watch me fight, okay? Sei-Ito carried Inticus into a remote hiding place and grabbed Inticus's shoulders with both hands. Okay, Inticus hesitated for a moment, then nodded reluctantly. Then, he said worriedly, you have to be careful. Okay. Sei-Ito had a big smile on his face as he looked at Inticus and replied. Then, he leaned over and kissed Inticus's forehead before leaving the hiding place under Inticus's watchful eyes. Boom. Not long after Ito-sei left, a loud noise suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of Inticus, who was hiding in the room, Janus's troops, who were almost gathered, and Kiyomiya Zaiji and Steel, who were wandering further away. The next moment, a large tide of debris made up of broken bricks, tiles, wooden tables and chairs, as well as indiscernible garbage and metal products flew toward the Roman Orthodox Church's troops under the control of the invisible giant hand. This was the result of Sei-Ito's telekinesis forcefully destroying 2 shops, a set of garbage cans, and 2 vending machines. Chapter 874. Enemy Attack. At this moment, Yanis, who was surrounded by hundreds of nuns wearing black nun robes and holding various types of tactic spiritual equipment, shouted loudly. In fact, even if she didn't shout, such an obvious wave of attacks had already made the nuns nervous. She believed that as long as the wave of attacks reached a certain distance, they would definitely launch a storm-like counterattack. And now, with Yanis' shout, it was only to unify the previously chaotic and disorderly attacks to prevent useless repeated attacks and a waste of strength. Attack! At this moment, Yanis, who saw that the wave of debris had entered attack range, sternly ordered. Following Janis's shout, the nuns, who had long since become tense, immediately activated the tactic spiritual equipment in their hands, forming a single or area of effect attack that shot towards the tide of junk that was pressing down. In an instant, colorful beams of light and various physical attacks landed on the wave of debris one after another, triggering clear and audible explosions. However, the nuns, whose attention was completely attracted by the wave of debris in front of them and the smoke and dust from the explosion of the wave of debris after being hit by the tactic, didn't notice at all that there were dozens of metal objects of different sizes and shapes in the shadows formed by the wave of debris, but their edges were abnormally sharp. They avoided the tactic attacks in a strange way and flew in front of the nuns when they weren't paying attention, launching an attack at them. Zzz. Ouch. Accompanied by the sound of cloth tearing that was hidden in the wave of debris, a series of different painful cries came from the group of nuns. At the same time, the originally uniform attack movements also changed at this moment, revealing some debris, which hit the nuns who were almost unprepared, causing their attack movements to change. It created a big mistake. Under the influence of this situation, a dozen nuns who couldn't dodge in time were hit by the debris, leaving green or dark red wounds on their bodies. Just as the nuns attacked and retreated, reorganizing their group, the debris that was scattered on the ground due to the attack moved again. It once again appeared in front of the nuns in the form of a high-speed whirlpool, sucking in the debris that was still intact, forming a garbage tornado that moved towards the nuns. Moreover, due to the existence of debris, the tornado was no longer just a simple thing to sweep people away. Instead, it was like a turbine with sharp weapons installed all over its body, preventing people from touching it. Team 1 continued to attack. Team 2, Team 3, quickly set up a defensive barrier. Seeing this, Yanis, who was in the crowd, frowned and shouted, "Looks like there are still people who overestimate themselves and want to save you." After assigning the mission, Yanis raised her leg and kicked Asola's abdomen. Her voice was filled with mockery. Asola, who was hugging her abdomen, did not say a word. She moved her head slightly and looked out through the gap between the nuns. He wanted to see who would take such a huge risk to save him. But it was a pity that the nuns' encirclement was so tight that she couldn't see what was happening outside the encirclement. On the other side, Seito, who heard Yanis' order to set up a defensive barrier, suddenly had a thought. He made the garbage tornado explode, and the debris that was swept into it fell towards the nuns below like a rain of debris. At the same time, Seito, who had been hiding all this time, flashed. Like a ghost in the night, he rushed into the group that was a little chaotic due to the debris rain. He used his fists, legs, and psychokinesis to attack the nuns. Under Seito's attack style, which could knock down one with a punch, send one flying with a kick, and send a bunch of them flying with a burst of psychokinesis, more than 20 nuns lost their ability to fight before they could react. They either groaned on the ground in pain or fainted directly, creating a large space for Seito to move around. Then, Seito stretched his arms forward. Using psychokinesis to form an incomparably solid invisible wall, he pushed another group of nuns towards the others. He used them to disrupt the group of nuns, and also used them to obstruct the nuns who had nothing to do from activating their spells or spiritual equipment, creating some time for his own attack. As expected, under the push of the crowd, the group of nuns immediately scattered to the sides. Seeing this, Sei-Ito changed his psychokinesis from pushing to grabbing. In an instant, he grabbed a dozen nuns and threw them at the separated group of nuns, creating chaos again. Just like this, Sei-Ito quickly scattered the group of Roman Orthodox nuns under the exchange of pushing, smashing, grabbing, and hitting attack. He approached Yanis and Asola, who had fallen beside her. At this moment, before Asola, who was overjoyed at the sight of Ito-sei, could say anything, Yanis, who was holding a long and thin silver staff with a lotus-like tip, began to chant, "One of my idols. Follow the law of the Son of God and the cross, connect the foreign objects and the heretic." She raised her arm slightly and knocked the bottom of the silver staff heavily on the ground. Clang! Accompanied by this soft sound, a blast of air suddenly exploded in Sei-Ito's ear. It was as if a shock wave was hit by an invisible heavy object and hit Sei-Ito's face. Although the attack was invisible, the moment the attack was produced, the air would still change to reveal the original trace. So, Sei-Ito, almost at the same time the attack was produced, he stretched his arm in front of his face and formed a psychokinesis barrier with his palms to block the attack. Bang! A clear muffled sound immediately rang in Sei-Ito's ears. At this time, the combat nuns who finally took a breather from Sei-Ito's attack immediately raised various spiritual equipment weapons with special symbolic meanings in their hands and launched attacks of different colors at Sei-Ito. At the same time, Yanis, who saw that her attack had missed, took out a small knife and slashed at the silver staff in her hand. With this sharp sound, an attack suddenly appeared in the air around Sei-Ito and bombarded Sei-Ito. Seeing so many attacks coming at him, Sei-Ito was too lazy to dodge and immediately opened a psychokinesis barrier around him, blocking all the attacks outside the barrier. Bang 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 bang! With muffled sounds, the psychokinesis barrier couldn't help but tremble slightly after receiving several dozen attacks. It was just that although the psychokinesis barrier was trembling, the degree of fluctuation made it impossible to see how strong the attacks outside were. It was as if the nuns outside were deliberately going easy on him. Then, with a thought from Sei-Ito, a sudden whirlwind spun up from under his feet and wrapped around Sei-Ito in the blink of an eye. Then the whirlwind spun faster and faster, and the range of its influence became larger and larger. Soon, it filled the entire psychokinesis barrier. After brewing in the psychokinesis barrier for a few seconds, the whirlwind suddenly exploded from the psychokinesis barrier that suddenly disappeared and formed a violent turbulence that blew towards the combat nuns in the surroundings. Under the attack of the strong wind, the nuns guarding the innermost layer were immediately blown to the side and fell towards the other combat nuns beside them. The combat nuns who were closest to Sei-Ito and guarding in front of Yanis were also attacked by the strong wind and were sent flying by the strong wind. However, Eunice and Asola, who was lying on the ground beside her, were completely unaffected. They remained where they were, completely unaffected. This was because all the strong wind blowing towards them was blocked by the invisible barrier in front of Yanis and was guided out from the sides. Bang! At this time, a muffled sound rang out and Sei-Ito, who left a footprint on the ground, suddenly appeared in front of the invisible barrier. He lowered his waist and assumed a posture of throwing a punch, and with the support of his psychokinesis, he directly punched the barrier in front of him. Boom! Under the direct punch of unknown strength, the transparent barrier was like a fragile piece of glass, shattering with a crisp "kacha" sound. Then, without any hindrance, his fist directly bombarded Yanis' face. Seeing the barrier in front of her break, Yanis' expression tensed and she subconsciously blocked with the slender silver staff in front of her. Although the fist used some strength to break the barrier, the remaining strength was still very large and was not something that the silver staff made of unknown materials could resist. Immediately, with a clear "kacha" sound, it broke into two pieces. Whoosh! Just when Eunice thought that she would inevitably take this punch, Itose's fist suddenly stopped 2 or 3 centimeters away from her face. At the same time, a strong wind rushed out from the fist and blew Eunice's body back. She didn't fall to the ground until she was more than 2 meters away and rolled to a stop. Judging from the power of the fist wind, if that punch really hit Yanis's body, it would definitely explode Yanis's head like a watermelon. Immediately after, Ito took a step forward and appeared in front of Yanis, who was crawling up from the ground. Using his palm as a knife, he chopped at Yanis's delicate neck and knocked her unconscious. Plop! Yanis, who had just crawled up, powerlessly fell to the ground again. After doing all this, Ito bent down and picked Yanis up. Like a hunter carrying a dead prey, he turned around and faced the Roman Orthodox Church's combat nuns present. He silently showed them his strength and announced the result of this battle. After seeing all this, the combat nuns paused for a moment and all put down the weapons in their hands, showing an attitude of surrender. Clang, clang. The sound of weapons falling to the ground echoed in the night sky. "Are you okay?" Ignoring the combat nuns around him, Ito directly walked in front of Asola with Yanis in his hand and extended his arm to her with a smile. Chapter 875. She reached out to grab Ito's hand and stood up from the ground. However, perhaps due to her severe injuries, the weak Asola immediately fell into Ito's arms. "I'm fine." Asola looked up at Ito and said with a gentle smile on her face. "Now it seems that even without your agreement, you would have been taken over by me," Ito said with a smile as he looked at the combat nuns who were standing in the same spot and didn't know how to react. "Thank you," Asola thanked him softly. Ito smiled when he heard that. He then turned to look in the direction of the attack and said, "Inticus, come here." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-haired nun, Inticus, who was wearing a white nun's habit with golden embroidery and a white hood with golden embroidery, dashed out from behind a building and quickly ran towards Ito. "Ah Chung!" Inticus, who had run to Ito about 10 seconds later, said with concern, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Do I look like someone who's hurt?" Ito stretched out his right arm that was holding Yanis and showed Inticus his body. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed slightly. He quickly continued, "But this time, no matter what, you can't bite me anymore. I don't want to end up with a body full of injuries when the battle is over." "Humph," Inticus, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, snorted with displeasure. "All right, let's go to the side and rest. We'll wait for Steele and the rest of the Amakusa sect to come over," Ito said as he looked at the combat nuns around him. Then, he carried the unconscious Yanis with one hand and Asola's waist with the other, supporting the weak Asola and Inticus to the side. They sat down in front of a short staircase where they could rest. "Ah Chung, what are you going to do with Asola?" Inticus, who was standing at the side, asked Ito, who was sitting beside Asola. Upon hearing Inticus's question, Asola, who was quite concerned about her next destination, also looked at Ito, who was beside her. After a few seconds of silence, Ito said in a low voice, "I'll send her to a place where no one can find her." Is there such a place? Although she didn't have memories from more than a year ago, she was still a member of the Church of Necessary Evil in England. Inticus, who didn't know much about the influence of the Roman Orthodox Church, asked with a puzzled expression. He knew that the Roman Orthodox Church had a vast influence. Why not? Say it. And there are quite a number of such places. They're not suitable places for normal people's s. Are you going to send Asola to some kind of uninhabited island or primitive forest? Inticus asked in shock. Even Asola, who had been calm all this time, had a slight change in her expression. Why would I send Asola to such a place? She's a weak girl who doesn't know martial arts or magic. If she goes to such a place, she'll definitely lose her life, Ito said in an annoyed tone. Then, before Inticus could ask any more questions, he explained. "I'll use other methods to send Asola to a place where no one from the Roman Orthodox Church can find her. As for where that place is, I can't tell you because there might be some people around us eavesdropping on our conversation. If I tell you where that place is, it might put Asola in danger again." Inticus's face tensed up when he heard that there might be other people or factions around them. He looked around seriously, trying to see if he could find anything from the perspective of magic. However, after looking around, Inticus did not find anything. He then waited quietly with Seito and Asola for the arrival of Steel and the members of the Amakusa clan. Soon, Steel's tall figure appeared in front of Seito, Inticus, and Asola, accompanied by clear footsteps. "You're really something, huh? You actually single-handedly wiped out the entire army of combat nuns of the Roman Orthodox Church. It seems like you're determined to take Asola away," Steel said in a mocking tone, while holding a cigarette in his mouth. Seito only glanced at Steel indifferently. He ignored Steel like he was air. "Where's the cross I gave you before?" After being taught a lesson twice, Steel knew that he could not get along well with Seito. However, he was not angry. He held the cigarette in his hand and exhaled a cloud of smoke. "I threw it away during the battle just now. It's probably in pieces now," Seito explained with an indifferent expression. Steel frowned when he heard this. He did not say anything else and walked to the side by himself. A minute after Steel arrived, the Amakusa clan also arrived at the scene with the members of the Amakusa clan. They thought they were going to fight, but when they saw the scene, they all looked at each other in shock. All of them looked at each other in dismay. Finally, they all looked at Itose with disbelief and shock. "Everyone is finally here." Itose stood up from the stairs and glanced at Steel, Kengakuzaiji, and the members of the Amakusa order. He said, "I'll take Asola away later. I'll be responsible for her safety in the future. As for Agnes and the nuns under her command, I'll take care of them. You can do whatever you want with her. I won't participate." "You protect? How are you going to protect her? Just based on your level 5 superpower? What a joke. Do you know how many experts in the Roman Orthodox Church are on par with you? How many people are on par with you? You, who are almost ignorant of the magic world, actually said such big words. It's really funny." As soon as his voice fell, Steel immediately looked at Itose with a mocking expression. "I have my own ways. You don't need to worry about this." Seito looked back at Steel and said indifferently, "I don't care about your safety. I'm talking about her." Steel's expression was full of disdain as he curled his lips and pointed at Indicus. Indicus looked at Steel in confusion. He didn't know why this stranger, whom he had never met before, was so concerned about his safety. Could it be because they were both members of the British Puritan Church? "What I said also includes her," Seito said firmly. Steel stared at Seito quietly for a moment, then said in a cold voice, "I hope what you said is true. If I find out that she has been hurt in the slightest, she and I don't mind capturing you and burning your bones to ashes." Seito knew who Steel was talking about. It was the former pope of the Amakusa clan, one of the only 20 saints in the entire magic forbidden world, Kanzaki Kaori. She was the only one who could cause substantial harm to Seito, and even threaten his life. "You won't have the chance. If you dare to take Indicus away again, I don't mind using any despicable means to do something you don't want to see," Seito said as he looked at Steel with sharp eyes. "Humph!" Steel snorted coldly, ending his conversation with Seito. "I'll need your help later." Seito then turned to Jiangongzhai and said bluntly, "Sure." Jiangongzhai happily nodded his head in agreement. "Then let's go now," Seito said. "Okay." Jiangongzhai still agreed happily. Seito didn't waste any more time. He reached out and helped Asola up from the stairs. Then, he held Indicus's little hand and left with Jiangongzhai and the rest of the Amakusa clan members under Steel's gaze. Steele was left alone to deal with Janice on the ground and the group of Roman Orthodox Church nuns standing nearby. On the other hand, under the control of the members of the Amakusa clan, Idose, Asola, Inticus, and the other members of the Amakusa clan disappeared from Tokyo City after the cooldown ended. Miwa, take some people and take care of the wounded. Jiangong Zhai appeared in the middle of a cluster of buildings after using the spell. Then, he ordered the big-breasted girl Miwa, who was holding a 2-meter-long pitch-black triangular spear. Miwa nodded and led the rest of the Amakusa clan members to take care of the wounded and treat them. After this, do you plan to lead the entire Amakusa clan to join the British Puritan Church and continue to follow in the footsteps of Kanzaki Kaori? When only Sei-Ito, Jiangong Zhai, Indicus, and Asola were left, Sei-Ito looked at Jiangong Zhai and asked, "That's right." Jiangong Zhai frowned and nodded in agreement. "I don't think that's a good choice." Sei-Ito nodded and said, "What do you mean?" Jiangong Zhai asked with a puzzled expression. "Kanzaki Kaori is one of the only 20 saints in this world, and she's one of the top ones. Her existence is a huge deterrent to the British Puritan Church. But at the same time, because of her powerful strength, the British Puritan Church is also very wary of her existence. They're always thinking of ways to increase their control over her. If you join the British Puritan Church this time, although your original intention is to follow in her footsteps and provide her with reliable support, it will also become an invisible fetter for Kanzaki Kaori. This is what the British Puritan Church wants. When the time comes, the British Puritan Church might use your existence to give Kanzaki Kaori missions that she doesn't need to do," Sei-Ito explained in a soft and straightforward tone. "If that's the case, are you still going to join the British Puritan Church?" Chapter 876. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato, NXCX, and Nickfany for their tip. As a student of Academy City who didn't know anything about magic, don't you think you know too much? After listening to Idosei's statement, Kengong Zhai, who had been silent for a short while, looked at Idosei with a scrutinizing gaze. Too much? That's not what I think. Sei-Ito shrugged nonchalantly at Kengong Zhai's questioning words. As a psychic who has already come into contact with the world of magic, it's normal to want more information to deal with enemies that may come at any time, right? Besides, everything I just said, as long as it's a normal human, they should have thought of it, right? Have you never thought about it? Kengong Zhai paused for a moment. Obviously, he was too focused on thinking about how to join the British Puritans and didn't think about what kind of trouble the Amakusa style would bring to Kanzaki Kaori. However, Jiangong Zhai was, after all, the acting pope of a sect. Even if the overall power of the sect wasn't great, he was still intelligent enough to lead the sect members. He quickly recovered from the awkwardness and asked another question in a questioning tone to change the topic. "Tell me your purpose. I want your Amakusa style to be under my command." Idosei stared at the eyes of Kengong Zhai without blinking and said softly. After hearing Sei-Ito's request, Kengong Zhai, Inticus, and Asola all looked at Sei-Ito in shock. They wanted to confirm whether they were hallucinating or not. "Looks like that Puritan mage was right. You are crazy." Kengong Zhai shook his head and mocked Sei-Ito. He couldn't see anything from Sei-Ito's expression. "Since I dared to accept you guys, I naturally have a way to deal with any problems that may arise. So now, I just want to know if you are willing to lead your Amakusa style to accept my invitation and join me." Sei-Ito didn't care about Kengong Zhai's mocking. His tone was still as calm as ever. "I really don't know where you get your confidence from. However, it's a pity that all the members of our Amakusa style only want to follow that one person, so I'm sorry, we won't join you." Kengong Zhai sized up Sei-Ito with a strange expression. His body was exuding a strong sense of confidence. "So, you guys still want to join the British Puritans?" Sei-Ito raised his eyebrows and said softly. I heard what you said before. Before I find a way to get the best of both, I won't join the British Puritans. Kingongsai sighed, said. Fortunately, the troops sent by the Roman Orthodox Church to capture Asola were also defeated by you, so the Amakusa style's relationship with them is not as tense as before. Plus, our Amakusa style's unique concealment technique, I believe our Amakusa style will be safe for the time being. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. Kingongsai's expression changed. Kingongsai looked at Seito with a smile and said. Seito didn't feel anything about Kingongsai's mockery. He shrugged and accepted Kingongsai's gratitude. If you guys make up your mind in the future, use that phone number to contact me. Seito said. I will think about it. Kingongsai nodded and promised. Seito nodded. He opened his arms and hugged Asola and Inticus. Then, he activated psychokinesis and flew into the sky in front of Kingongsai. They quickly disappeared from Kingongsai's sight. After flying for some distance, Seito found a dense forest and landed with Inticus and Asola in his arms. What's wrong? Inticus raised his head and looked at Seito in confusion. Seito took a deep breath and looked at Inticus and Asola. He then said softly, I will send Asola to the place where no one can find her. At the same time, I will also reveal my most important secret to you. Secret? What secret? Inticus asked unhappily when he heard that Seito had something to hide from him. Asola was also looking at Ito-sei with a puzzled expression. You will know soon. Seito chuckled. With a thought, he disappeared with Inticus and Asola and appeared in Academy City, a city in the southern part of the Rubik's Cube world. Where is this? Inticus asked nervously when he saw the sudden change in his surroundings. Similarly, Asola also looked around curiously, trying to find out something from her surroundings. According to your knowledge system, this is a different world. Seito explained in terms that Inticus and Asola could understand. Different world. Inticus and Asola looked back at Seito in shock, trying to confirm if he was telling the truth. Yes, different world. Seito smiled. Then, he pushed the two to the edge of the building. He looked down at the quiet street and said, As long as we are here, no one from the Roman Orthodox Church will be able to find us. I didn't expect that I would be able to see the legendary different world with my own eyes in my lifetime. It's really amazing, Asola said softly as she looked down at the modern street. Then, Cheng, what world is this? Heaven? Demon world? Buddha world? Or is it simply another world that is separated from our original world? Inticus, who had 103,000 volumes of knowledge in the Book of Witchcraft, asked excitedly. The last one is a world similar to the one we were in before, Seito explained. Then this different world is the same as our world? Does it also have heaven, demon world, Buddha world, magicians, and churches? Inticus asked again. This world is a pure land. There aren't so many different worlds, and there are no churches that require people to believe in them. It's a peaceful world, Seito said as he shook his head. Is it really a pure land? Asola repeated softly as she turned to look at Seito. At least for now, Seito said with a nod. Then, Cheng, who are you? Why is he able to bring others freely between the two worlds? Inticus asked Ito-sei with a frown as if he had thought of something. Asola was very curious about this as well. Because I'm the master of this world, Seito said with a smile. Asola's mouth opened slightly as she looked at Seito in shock. Realm Master? Inticus, who had always been thick-skinned, tilted his head and asked. Then, Inticus's expression froze. He looked at Seito with his eyes wide open and said, Cheng, you're a person from another world? Yes. Seito nodded and admitted without hesitation. Then, he ignored Inticus, who had a conflicted expression on his face, and said, All right, it's late now. I'll prepare a room for Asola to live in from now on. With a thought, Han Shuo disappeared with Inticus and Asola and reappeared in an empty room. The room was neither big nor small. It was about 80 square meters. It had 3 rooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. It was more than enough for 1 person to live in. This house will be your home from now on. How do you feel? Asola, who had not left Seito's arms since they entered the Rubik's Cube world, asked. I'm very satisfied. Thank you, Asola thanked him politely. That's good. Seito smiled and let go of Inticus and Asola. He walked to the sofa in the living room and took out a quantum computer to connect to the Rubik's Cube world's network. He then said to Asola, You and Inticus can sit aside for a while. I'll get you a resident status here. Asola nodded and sat down with Inticus. Ah Ching, I'm hungry, Inticus, who was resting, said after sitting down. Look at me. Seito, who had temporarily stopped what he was doing, raised his hand and patted his forehead lightly. Then, with a thought, more than 10 plates of steaming Chinese home-cooked dishes and a pot of rice appeared in front of Asola and Inticus, giving off an alluring aroma. Go ahead and eat, Seito said, and then immersed himself in operating the quantum computer again. He began to process Asola's resident status. It's done. A moment later, with a beep sound, Itose reached out and took out a magnetic card with a laser layer on the surface from the card maker. The card had Asola's portrait and her identity information on the upper left corner of the front and a series of numbers on the lower right corner. Then, Seito flipped his palm and a series of keys with a metallic luster that reflected the light appeared in his hand. Together with the magnetic card, he handed them to Asola, who was taking small bites of her food. This is the key to the house and your identity card. Especially the identity card, which combines multiple functions such as identity card, bank card, transportation card, and so on. It can be used in any situation. Don't lose it, Seito said to Asola, who put down her bowl and chopsticks and took the identity card and key. After that, you can rest at home for 2 days and familiarize yourself with the situation of this world. Then I will arrange a job for you so that you won't be bored and lonely, Seito continued. You are so thoughtful. Thank you for the trouble. I'm really sorry, Asola, who was used to being unusually polite, said very respectfully. Eat first. I'll treat your injuries later, and then I'll leave with Inticus. We'll return to Academy City and continue to be my good student, Itose said with a smile as he leaned back on the sofa in a relaxed manner. Since you have a world, why are you still pretending to be a student in Academy City? Hearing Itose's words, Asola asked after hesitating for a moment. Because this world still needs to be built. Seito, who put away his smile, said seriously, In order to build this world more perfect, I still have a lot of things to collect, find, and then add to the foundation of this world. You are so great, Asola said with a serious expression. I can't say that I'm great. After all, this world belongs to me. I can't just watch my world go to waste like this, Seito said with a shrug. But, Ah Ching, if you are the Realm Lord, then wouldn't you be the same existence as the Lord? Inticus, who had food in his mouth, said with a muffled voice. Hearing this, Asola's expression also changed. She looked at Seito with a serious face, wanting to hear what he had to say. In terms of position, I am the same as the Lord in the Cross sect, but the level of power is completely different. However, I am confident that I can obtain the same power as the Lord described in the Cross sect's Bible in the near future, Seito explained with a confident face. Then, he changed the topic and said in a joking tone to Inticus and the thoughtful Asola, So, what do you think? Do you want to change your faith and become a saint or an apostle in the future? I don't want to believe in Ah Ching, Inticus rejected without hesitation. He then buried his head in the delicious food in front of him. Please allow me to think about it, Asola replied with a serious expression. Are you serious? Seito looked at Asola in surprise. Huh? Don't you need believers? Asola asked in confusion. I don't know why the Lord of the Cross sect wants to develop a religion, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't need believers. Of course, if you are willing to believe in me, I don't mind, Seito explained. I see. Asola said with a look of realization. However, with Seito's understanding of her, he didn't have much hope that she would take his advice seriously. After a while, Asola, who had a smaller appetite, put down her bowl and chopsticks first. Are you done eating? Seito asked Asola. Yes, thank you very much for your hospitality. Asola thanked him in her overly respectful manner. Since you're done eating, follow me. I'll treat your injuries first, Seito said as he stood up from the sofa. Okay, Asola replied. Then, she followed Seito into one of the bedrooms in the new residence. Take off your nun's habit, Seito said. Huh? Oh, okay. Asola was stunned at first. Then, with a blush on her face, she pulled the chain on the nun's habit and took off the nun's habit in front of Seito, revealing a set of white-laced bra and panties, as well as a fair and tender body covered in bruises. Tisk, Yanis is really ruthless, Seito sighed as he looked at the wounds on Asola's body. Chapter 877. Okay, that's good enough. Seeing Asola put her hands behind her back and was about to take off her bra, Itose hurriedly stopped her. Okay, Asola replied as she looked at Itose with a surprised expression. Go lie down on the bed, Seito ordered. Asola didn't hesitate. She turned around and walked to the clean bed. She sat down and lay on the bed with her back facing up. Seeing that Asola was lying down, Itose slowly walked over to her side and sat down. His hand glowed with a green light as he gently placed it on Asola's body where Yuching was lying down, and used a medical ninjutsu to heal her. In an instant, Asola felt a cool sensation from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but close her eyes and enjoy the feeling. Under the treatment of a medical expert like Seito, most of Asola's flesh wounds were healed in no time. Only a small part of her body was left to be treated by Seito. But at this time, Inticus, who hadn't seen Seito for a long time, suddenly appeared in the room. He looked at Seito unhappily and said, Ah Cheng. Seeing Inticus's expression, how could Itose not understand that he would definitely be bitten by the extremely jealous Inticus later? Inticus, wait a minute. Let me heal Asola's injuries first, Itose hurriedly said to Inticus, who was slowly approaching. Ah Cheng, what method are you using to heal Asola? Why do I feel a faint magical energy in your hand? Aren't people with superpowers not allowed to use magic? Inticus asked as he looked at the green light on Seito's hand. This isn't magic. It's a power called ninjutsu in another world. Maybe it's the life energy in the ninjutsu I'm using that made you misunderstand, Seito explained. In the world where magic was forbidden, the so-called mana was the power purified by the refinement of life force. To a certain extent, it was similar to the yang attribute of medical ninjutsu, mokuton, and telekinesis in the hunter's world. It was no wonder that Inticus had misunderstood the situation. The power of another world? Inticus repeated as he carefully observed the green energy on Seito's hand. Asola, who also heard the conversation between the two, also looked at Seito's hand that was covering her body, observing the so-called power of another world. Ah Cheng, other than entering our world, you can also enter other worlds. Can we go to other worlds? Inticus asked curiously. Yes. Seito nodded. Then, he changed the topic and continued, in the future, I'll find time to take you to other worlds to broaden your horizons. You won't be limited by the shackles of one world and one technique. Alright, Inticus and I should go now. I'll visit you again next time, Seito said as he healed the last piece of green on Asola's body. Let me send you off, Asola said as she stood up. No need. We'll leave this world and return to the outside world. Just rest well, Saito said as he pressed Asola's shoulder and pushed her back onto the bed. Inticus, we're leaving, Saito said as he held Inticus's hand. Goodbye, Asola. I'll ask Aching to send me here to visit you in the future, Inticus said to Asola. All right, I'll look forward to your next visit, Asola said with a gentle smile. After the two left, Saito nodded at Asola. Then, with a thought, he brought Inticus back to the Forbidden World. Inticus, remember to keep what you saw just now a secret. Otherwise, you'll get me killed, Saito reminded Inticus when he reappeared in the forest of the Forbidden World. I know. I won't tell anyone about what happened there, Inticus promised with a serious expression. Saito smiled at Inticus. Then, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. He activated psychokinesis and soared into the sky again, flying toward Academy City at high speed. Traveling at twice the speed of sound, it didn't take long for Itose to fly into Academy City with Inticus. They landed in front of his dormitory. Then, he took out his key and opened the door. Then, he brought Inticus into the room. It's late. Let's sleep early, Saito said as he took off his clothes. After taking off their clothes, Saito and Inticus went into the bathroom to wash up. After that, they climbed onto the bed and prepared to rest. Aching, are you sure you want to extend your sinful hands to a pure nun? Inticus said to Itose, who was lying on the bed, with a pure smile on his face that was comparable to the Virgin Mary. How can my actions be sinful? First of all, Inticus, you're already 15 years old. You're almost 16. According to the laws of this country, you're about to reach the age where you can get married. You're a proper girl. Second of all, we just shared a bed in the ruins of the Bomingza Theater. What we're doing now is reliving old memories. It's not a crime at all, Saito, who was lying on his side with his right hand supporting his head, retorted with a smile. I'm not a citizen of this country. Besides, I'm a pure nun. I've dedicated my whole body and soul to the Lord. Anyone who dares to touch me is sinful, Inticus said proudly with her chin raised. All right, it's getting late. I still have to go to school tomorrow. Let's go to bed. Saito shook his head in amusement. Then, he grabbed Inticus's shoulder and pressed her down on the bed. He hugged her and closed his eyes. Humph. Inticus, who saw that her Virgin Mary mode did not work, snorted coldly. Then, she opened her mouth and bit Saito's exposed chest. Saito, who felt the pain in his chest, immediately used his will to reduce the pain in that area. Then, he used his energy to heal the wound on his body. Then, he hugged Inticus tightly and rested without moving. Inticus, who had been biting Saito for a long time without seeing anything happen to him, also felt tired. She let go of Saito and found a comfortable position in his arms. Then, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. The next day, Saito slowly woke up from his sleep as the sun shone through the window. Then, he carefully moved Inticus, who was wrapped around him like an octopus, away. He got off the bed and went into the bathroom to wash up. After he was done, he went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast and lunch for Inticus. More than 10 minutes later, Inticus, who smelled the aroma of food, woke up from her sleep. After that, Ito Seiji had breakfast with Indix, who was only wearing a pair of white underwear and a white shirt that was large enough to be used as pajamas. His pair of white legs and half of his left shoulder were exposed. Then, he turned around and walked out of the dormitory. He walked slowly toward a high school where he was studying. Ah Ching, good morning, Meow. As soon as he walked into the classroom, Tsuchimikado Motoharu greeted Saito in his peculiar way of speaking. Good morning, Saito replied with a smile as he walked toward his seat with his backpack. After Saito sat down, Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who had his hands in his pockets, turned to look at him and said, I heard you had a good time yesterday, Meow. It was okay. Why? Did someone invite you to the game yesterday? Seito glanced at Tsuchimikado Motoharu and said, Yes, meow. Unfortunately, the mission progress was wrong and I quit the game halfway, Tsuchimikado said with a regretful expression. Then, he looked at Seito and asked, What about you? I heard you got the reward for clearing the game? You're interested in the reward? Seito looked at Tsuchimikado with a faint smile. That's your reward. I'm not interested, meow. But if someone wants to steal your things and create trouble, I don't mind becoming a street sweeper and cleaning the environment, Tsuchimikado Motoharu said with a serious expression as he stared at Seito. I also like the current living environment. If there are any snakes, insects, rats, or ants that pollute the environment, I'm also very willing to become a cleaner, Seito said with a smile as he looked back at Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Oh, it seems we have the same interests. After looking at Seito for a few seconds, Tsuchimikado Motoharu suddenly returned to his previous lazy appearance and said, What are you talking about? At this time, Kamijutoma, who walked into the classroom and came to their seats, looked at the two and asked, We're talking about a very popular MMORPG. Tsuchimikado Motoharu replied with a smile, then looked at Kamijutoma and asked, How about it, do you want to play with me? Forget it, I'm not interested in MMORPG at all, Kamijutoma, who sat down, said politely. That's a pity, Tsuchimikado Motoharu sighed with regret. Rather than saying it's a pity that Kamijutoma doesn't play MMORPG, it's better to say that it's a pity that you can't see Kamijutoma's unlucky appearance after losing his account and having his items stolen, Seito said from the side. Ha ha, you really know me, Ah-ching, Tsuchimikado Motoharu laughed along. Are you guys so bored that you're building your happiness on my pain? Kamijutoma looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Seito with an unhappy expression and said loudly, That's right. Ah-shang, you're our entertainment program, Tsuchimikado Motoharu admitted without hesitation. If I don't see Kamijutoma's unlucky appearance for a day, I always feel that something is missing in my life, so Kamiju, just accept it, Seito said in agreement. How did I make friends like you guys? It's really unfortunate, Kamijutoma said weakly. Chapter 878. Ring 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 ring. Along with the noisy ringing of the bell, the morning class was officially over. Ah-cheng, wait. Just as Seito was about to leave, Tsuchimikado Motoharu suddenly called out to him. Then under Seito's puzzled gaze, he continued, Come with me, there's someone who wants to see you. Itomori frowned when he heard this, but he still nodded and agreed. He followed the sloppy Tsuchimikado Motoharu out of the classroom, left the school, and finally stood on the rooftop of a high-rise building. The next moment she was dressed as usual, wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt with the hem tied up high below her chest, revealing her flat stomach and navel. And because the t-shirt was tied up, her chest looked even more prominent. She was wearing a pair of jeans with one side of the pants completely cut off, revealing her entire thigh. Her snow-white thighs extended all the way to the root, clearly visible. Kanzaki Kaori appeared in front of Ito-sei's eyes. Her long black hair was tied up by a white ribbon in the shape of a bow. She was wielding a long sword that was over 2 meters long. Phew, I thought it was that big boss Alistair. That scared me. Seito thought to himself. Big sis, I've brought him. Tsuchimikado Motoharu raised his hand and greeted Kanzaki Kaori, who had her back facing them and was overlooking the city scenery. Hearing Tsuchimikado Motoharu's greeting, Kanzaki Kaori finally turned around and looked at Seito. Finally, you're no longer that annoying smoking guy, Seito said with a light sigh, then looked at Kanzaki Kaori and greeted her. Long time no see. Miss Kanzaki. Long time no see. Kanzaki Kaori, who valued righteousness and was polite to everyone, returned the greeting. That. Kanzaki Kaori's face showed an awkward expression, that for a long time, but she still couldn't complete the sentence she wanted to say. Whoa. Big sis, are you finally going to thank Ah-Cheng? I'm guessing it's one of those old lines? It's nothing, it's just, right? Puff puff. Ha 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 ha. Do you think you're the white crane in the fairy tale? Tsuchimikado Motoharu on the side knew Kanzaki Kaori better, and directly teased her with a joking tone. No. No. Kanzaki Kaori's cheeks turned red as she tried to defend herself. Why say so much? In any case, won't Big Sister be naked in the end? Tsuchimikado Motoharu continued to tease with a smile. Naked? Ito-sei's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Kanzaki Kaori's body without hiding his surprise. What? What do you mean strip naked? Who would do such a thing? Kanzaki Kaori's face was full of anger as she retorted loudly. Oh? Or do you want to repay? Willing to wear anything? What a sacrifice! Tsuchimikado Motoharu did not care about Kanzaki Kaori's attack at all. He continued to narrate the contents of his imagination. Shut your mouth. It's all because of your misdirection that things became so complicated. Finally, Kanzaki Kaori couldn't take it anymore and yelled at Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Although you're not naked, but I can see that you're wearing clothes that make people's hearts beat hot. I don't mind either, Ito-sei said with a smile, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Make people's hearts beat hot. Kanzaki Kaori's face turned red as she muttered to herself. Actually, you can also choose to lie on Big Sis's knee. Let Big Sis, who is full of maternal instincts, help you pick your ears. Or you can ask Big Sister to help you make a small and cute handmade bento that doesn't match her image at all. Tsuchimiman Motoharu suggested with a playful expression. Not bad. Sei Ito rubbed his chin as he looked at Kanzaki Kaori and nodded. Tsuchimikado, although I don't really understand. But if you stay here, it will only make things more complicated. So, can I ask you to leave? Kanzaki Kaori first took a deep breath to calm her messy thoughts, then turned to Tsuchimikado Motoharu and requested. You want to be alone with him? What do you want to do? It can't be. Tsuchimikado Motoharu's eyes lit up as he looked at Kanzaki Kaori. Then the topic changed, making people speechless. Could it be that Big Sis prepared some special gift and secretly gave it to Ah-Cheng? Sorry, I didn't notice, I'm too slow. No. Please don't guess and feel embarrassed. Kanzaki Kaori said helplessly. Could it be that there's something I can't imagine? It really makes people curious, what will Big Sis do? Tsuchimikado Motoharu seemed to have fallen into his own world as he muttered to himself. Enough, don't say any more. Quickly disappear. Kanzaki Kaori closed her eyes and roared. Tsuchimikado Motoharu felt that he was done messing around. He turned around and walked to the connecting door between the rooftop and the staircase. He stepped into the staircase and casually closed the iron door. Haha, he laughed as he gradually went away. With Tsuchimikado Motoharu's departure, the entire rooftop quieted down. Miss Kanzaki, could it be that you really came to thank me? After a few seconds of silence, Sei Ito looked at Kanzaki Kaori and asked. Yes, I've always been a troublemaker. Especially you. There have been several times where you've been burdened by my relationship with you. Each time I've felt quite guilty. Not to mention this time it wasn't just me who gave you trouble, but all of us from the Amakusa group. Because of Tsuchimikado Motoharu's messing around, Kanzaki Kaori gradually relaxed and looked at Sei Ito with a serious face. Are you sure you want to thank me? Sei Ito stepped closer to Kanzaki Kaori and asked. Yes. Kanzaki Kaori confirmed. Any request? Sei Ito asked. As long as I can do it. Kanzaki Kaori took a deep breath and said. Then what if I say I want to stay by your side? At this time, Ito-sei was already standing in front of Kanzaki Kaori. He could clearly smell the fragrance of Kanzaki Kaori's body. He looked straight into her eyes and said, "Ah." Kanzaki Kaori stared blankly at first, then her cheeks slightly flushed as she exclaimed, "If you want to thank me, then stay by my side." Taking advantage of Kanzaki Kaori's slight panic, Ito-sei stretched out his hand and gently caressed her face. "Sorry." Kanzaki Kaori recovered from the slight heat on her cheeks and quickly distanced herself from Sei Ito. She lightly sighed and shook her head. You should change your request. Didn't you say anything you can do as long as you can do it? You can definitely do it, why don't you agree?" Seito raised an eyebrow and said. Kanzaki Kaori really didn't know how to answer this question, so she could only stand there silently with a complicated expression. Similarly, Seito also silently stood there, quietly looking at Kanzaki Kaori, waiting for her answer. "You should change your request, I really can't agree to this." After a moment, Kanzaki Kaori lightly sighed. "Then forget it, I only want this condition." Seito shook his head with a regretful expression. After saying that, without waiting for Kanzaki Kaori's response, he turned around and walked to the door. Under the gaze of the hesitant Kanzaki Kaori, he opened the iron door and disappeared from the stairwell. After leaving Kanzaki Kaori's building, Seito first went to Haruki Miyama's apartment to see Last Work, who stayed there for the night. Then he chatted with Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku, and Haruki Miyama for a while before leaving Haruki Miyama's apartment. After having lunch at a nearby fast food restaurant, he returned to a certain high school on time to spend the afternoon class. After the afternoon class, Seito once again went to Haruki Miyama's apartment to pick up Last Work and returned to his own dormitory with her. After being separated for a day, Inticus and Last Work missed each other, and the three cats, Sphinx, quickly got together again. After that, peace was restored. There were no sorcerers who broke into Academy City to look for trouble, nor were there any members of the Roman Orthodox Church who came to block the door when they heard that he stole Asola. Everything went smoothly for more than 10 days. During this period, the battle for the wreckage that should have happened did not happen because Ito-sei took it away as soon as he entered the magic forbidden world. This allowed Shiroi Kuriko and Takeda Danshi to live through the 14th day of September safely. Unlike in the original work, one was injured and hospitalized, while the other's personality collapsed and caused her ability to go berserk. In the end, she had to rely on the negative legacy of the underworld to use her ability. On this day, the 19th of September, in a large stadium in Academy City, a sweet girl with long blonde hair and starry eyes, wearing a sports uniform, and a boy with a hedgehog head stood on two high platforms. He was wearing a black student uniform pants, a white short-sleeved t-shirt with a pattern of rising sun on the chest, and a long-sleeved shirt hanging on his back like a cloak. They represented the students behind them, and made an oath to the teachers standing on the high platform in front of them. We will. The boy's voice was domineering and loud, while the girl's voice was soft and low. Follow the spirit of the athletes, and use the dreams and hot-bloodedness of us young people to actively participate in this great Tyrant Star Festival. Seito, who was standing on the outside with Inticus, chuckled as he watched the two people on the high platform. Tisk, so this is the 7th Great Tyrant and the 5th Great Tyrant, Shokuho Kaori. Interesting. Chapter 879. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato and Nickfany for their tip. Eternal Fetters. At this point, Slayer Junba's surprised voice was heard. What's the next phrase? Then, Slayer Junba ignored the script and directly said with his own will, regardless of the eternal fetters, let us bet on our indomitable perseverance. Let us fully display the results of our daily training. Let those without perseverance see the majesty of our perseverance. In order to inject a strong belief into this conference. At this point, Slayer Junba drew his right fist to his waist and assumed a stance of accumulating power. At the same time, a powerful airflow spread out from the Plank Warlord, blowing the flags in the hands of the flag bearers on both sides. I swear, no matter how difficult the obstacles are, no matter how arduous the journey is, we will display our indomitable spirit and overcome all obstacles. After saying that, the plank warrior fiercely punched into the sky. A strong explosion immediately erupted under the feet of the students standing behind him, sending the unprepared students flying. Sigh. The opening ceremony is over. A teacher who hosted the opening ceremony sighed and announced. The Great Tyrant Star Festival was a large-scale sports event held in Academy City that lasted 7 days every year. Unlike other sports events, the Great Tyrant Star Festival was attended by all the students of Academy City. The entire competition was broadcasted to the world by approved TV stations. At the same time, Academy City was open to the general public. And the most unique thing was that all the events were based on the competition between aptitude users. After the opening ceremony ended, Sei Ito patted Index beside him and said, "Let's go." Then, he led Index to catch up with Last Work, who was walking not far in front of them with a happy expression on her face. After a while, the three of them arrived at a rest area provided for tourists to rest. "Hello, Miss Fangchuan Kikyo." Sei Ito led Index and Last Work to one of the tables. Sitting there was a woman who looked to be about 25 years old. A female researcher with short black hair, wearing blue jeans, a lavender round-neck t-shirt, and a relatively clean white coat sat at the round table. She looked a little slovenly. "You are." Fangchuan Kikyo, who was drinking a glass of juice, looked up at Sei Ito in confusion. "I'm the one who called you yesterday and asked to meet you here. My name is Sei Ito." Sei Ito reached out to Fangchuan Kikyo and smiled. "Hello." Fangchuan Kikyo shook Sei Ito's hand gently. Then, he asked straightforwardly, "May I know why you are looking for me?" "Miss Fangchuan. I'm sure you're familiar with her." Sei Ito first pulled out a chair for Index and Last Work to sit down, then sat down opposite Fangchuan Kikyo. He pointed at Last Work and said, "If you want to talk to me about that project, I'm sorry, but I'm no longer taking over this project. You should find someone else." Fangchuan Kikyo turned to look at Last Work, who was looking left and right. Then, she looked back at Sei Ito and said firmly. Sei Ito didn't mind Fangchuan Kikyo's rejection. He explained with a smile, "Miss Fangchuan, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to get anything from you, but to ask you for a favor." Yoshikawa Kikyo looked at Ito-sei with a puzzled expression. He wanted to know what Ito-sei needed him to do. "Here's the thing. I'd like to ask Miss Fangchuan to take care of the two of them for the next 7 days. Ito-sei said as he looked at Inticus and the restless Last Work, who were sitting quietly on the side drinking a box of juice and looking at the pedestrians in the distance. "Ah Cheng, are you saying that you're going to hand me over to this woman?" Index, who seemed absent-minded, immediately turned his head and stared at Sei Ito with puffed cheek. He had been paying attention to the conversation between the two. "It's not what you think. What I mean is that during the 7 days of the Great Tyrant Star Festival, I'll ask Miss Fangchuan to take care of the two of you. I don't want the two of you to be affected by my competition." Sei Ito looked at Index and explained softly. "How will we be affected?" Inticus asked in confusion. "For example, what if you and Last Work get hungry while I'm participating in a competition?" Sei Ito asked with a smile, using Index's desire for food as a precondition. "We can buy food ourselves," Misaka reminded loudly. Last Work said loudly as she looked at Sei Ito. "That's a good idea if it's any other time, but not during the Great Tyrant Star Festival." Sei Ito shook his head and rejected the idea. He then explained to Last Work, "You should know that during the Great Tyrant Star Festival, there will be a large number of outsiders in Academy City. I don't know if some of them have other intentions towards Academy City or you and Index. I'm worried about letting the two of you do whatever you want." Misaka can clearly feel Ah Cheng's concern, and she's very happy right now, Last Work replied with a happy smile. Seeing that Index didn't object, Seito looked at Fangchuan Kikyo again and said, "That's why I'll have to trouble you, Miss Fangchuan." "Why me?" Fangchuan Kikyo put the empty cup back on the round table in front of her and looked at Seito calmly. "Because you're the best choice for Last Work. Also, you're good friends with my school's PE teacher, Eiki Yamagawa, and you're worthy of my trust." Seito looked back at Fangchuan Kikyo and answered, "It seems like I can't reject you, even if it's for Aiki-chan's sake." Fangchuan Kikyo sighed. "Thank you, Miss Fangchuan," Seito said with a smile. He had basically confirmed that Fangchuan Kikyo had agreed. Then, he flipped his hand and took out a bank card wrapped in a white piece of paper. He pushed it to Fangchuan Kikyo and continued, "Index and the Last Work have special identities. I'm not sure if you'll be in danger in the next 7 days. This piece of paper has my phone number and the phone numbers of a few other aptitude users written on it. If you're in danger, you can call us for help. As for this bank card, it's used to pay for Inticus and the Last Work. Of course, if Miss Fangchuan sees something that interests you, you can use the money in this card to buy it. Just take it as a gift from me. You don't have to be polite." Ito-sei continued. "I understand." Fangchuan Kikyo didn't refuse. She took the bank card and the paper and put it in the pocket of her white lab coat. Then, there was a strange silence between the four of them. It was then broken by Seito again. "Miss Fangchuan, I heard that you're unemployed?" Seito asked casually. Although she didn't help Last Work destroy 2 research institutes, her reputation was ruined. She couldn't stay in the research circle anymore, and she wasn't accepted by other research institutes. However, with the end of the Absolute Ability User Evolution Plan, Fangchuan Kikyo was indeed affected. She was temporarily unemployed at home and lived a decadent life like an old leftover woman. Yes. Although she didn't know why Seito asked, Fangchuan Kikyo didn't mind. Fangchuan Kikyo didn't think there was anything shameful about being unemployed, so she admitted it. Then she asked jokingly, "What? Do you want to introduce me to a job?" Although she said that, Fangchuan Kikyo didn't think that Seito could really find her a job. After all, on the surface, Ito-sei's identity was just a high school student with a poor financial situation. Except for the fact that he somehow got together with the final product and was followed by a little nun who seemed to be a religious person, there was nothing special about him. However, Seito's answer surprised her. "There is a job that I want to introduce you to, but I don't know if Miss Fangchuan is willing." Seito chuckled. Fangchuan Kikyo, who was curious about the job that Seito mentioned, made a sound full of doubts. "I want to hire Mr. Fangchuan to be Last Work's private nursing researcher to check her physical condition. Just in case something happens to her," Seito said straightforwardly. "You?" Fangchuan Kikyo looked at Seito in surprise. "Yes, me," Seito said proudly. "Okay, let's not talk about the work location and equipment. Let's talk about my salary. How much are you going to pay me?" Fangchuan Kikyo asked with a funny expression. "It won't be lower than the salary that the research organization paid you before. Besides, there are other benefits that I can provide." Seito didn't care about Fangchuan Kikyo's expression and answered seriously. "Benefits? Can you tell me what they are?" Fangchuan Kikyo asked with interest. "For example, the breast enhancement potion that is definitely effective." Seito looked down. He looked at Fangchuan Kikyo's flat chest and said, "Ah Cheng." Before Fangchuan Kikyo could say anything, Inticus called out with a gloomy expression, "Ah Cheng, of course there's no hurry. Just tell me your choice after the Great Tyrant's Star Ceremony," Ito-sei said, smiling awkwardly at Inticus. "Okay, I'll think about it during this time," Fangchuan Kikyo answered. "Inticus, Last Work, from now on you two will work together with Ms. Fangchuan. I'll go to school to participate in the competition. I'll come to you after it's over, Seito said to Inticus and last work. I'll leave the rest to you, Miss Fangchuan. Seito stood up from his seat and looked down at Fangchuan Kikyo. Okay, Fangchuan Kikyo answered. Seito then rubbed Inticus and last work's heads gently. Then, he walked away from the round table and walked towards the competition venue of a certain high school. The meeting place Seito chose was close to the venue of the first competition, so it didn't take long for Seito to arrive at the preparation area of a certain high school. Wow! Isn't it better to be early than to be here at the right time? I can see such a beautiful scenery as soon as I arrive. It's great. Itosei walked to where the students of Class 7 were. He looked at the yellow checkered underwear under the sports uniform. Itosei's body was drenched by the rubber hose because of the incident. Bastard, you're late! Fangchuan Kikyo said to Seito angrily as he pulled up the zipper of his jacket and ignored Fangchuan Kikyo, who was being scolded. The competition hasn't started yet, Seito said with an indifferent shrug. Don't you need to prepare before the competition starts? Fangchuan Kikyo said unhappily as she took out a box of calcium milk from her jacket pocket. I don't think there's anything to prepare, right? Seito said as he tilted his head and looked at Fangchuan Kikyo. Then, as if he could see through her, he stared at her chest and continued, if it's an incentive program like the one just now, I definitely won't miss it. You bunch of boys, do you only have breasts in your head? Because his hand was too strong, he squashed the calcium milk in the carton and said loudly. Obviously, the reason why she didn't use violence against Seito was because the calcium milk had become Fangchuan Kikyo's temporary target to vent her anger. It allowed her to calm down a little. It can't be helped. It's a man's nature to chase after a woman's body. It's programmed at the genetic level. It can't be changed just because you want it. And from what I feel, I think it's good. Seito laughed. Seems like Ah-Cheng, you're also a kindred spirit. Blue-haired earrings said excitedly to Seito as if she had discovered the new world. TSK, I'm different from you who even put shotas in your hunting range. I'm only interested in normal girls, Seito said. You too. Fangchuan Kikyo growled as the blood vessels in her forehead throbbed. Then, she quickly rushed in front of Seito and blue-haired earrings. She grabbed their necks and slammed them against the wall, creating two irregular dents. Get ready, Fangchuan Kikyo ordered as she let go of her hands. Yes. Blue-haired earrings and Seito replied in unison. At the same time, Seito thought to himself, worthy of the title Iron Wall Girl. Just her arm strength alone is enough to crush a LV3 physical ability user. At this moment, a faint but clear conversation came from the other side of the wall. Chapter 880. That's why I admit that our school's equipment and teaching content are not complete enough. But that's our fault, the students did nothing wrong. Holding a cheering ball made of pink silk bags in both hands, Tsukuyang Xiaomeng, who was wearing a cheerleading uniform, appeared in front of Itosei and blue-haired earrings, who came over to take a look after hearing the sound. She waved her arms and said excitedly to the man in a dark blue suit with a pair of glasses on his face, standing in front of her. He looked like a scum of the society. Humph. Isn't the lack of equipment also because your students' qualifications are too low? If there are any results, the board of directors will also increase the funding. A school like yours that produces trash shouldn't be able to pass the application, right? The cultured man raised his hand and pushed the glasses on his face as he looked down at Mo Xiaomeng and said sarcastically. Then he changed the topic and continued, I heard about it, teacher. I heard that your class's final ability test results last semester were very bad, right? It must be very hard to manage so many failed products. Students don't have any success or failure. They only have their own personalities. Everyone is working very hard. How can we abandon them for our own benefits? Mo Xiaoming's eyes were filled with tears as she argued. Is this an excuse to hide your lack of ability? Ha ha ha, your opinion is really ambitious. Do you want me to wake you up in reality? Let the elite class that I've nurtured beat up your Xing things until they're black and blue. The competition held here is the wooden stick competition, right? As a competition school, I want to give you a piece of advice. I hope you do your warm-up exercises properly, so that no one gets hurt later. The cultured man said jokingly. You! Mo Xiaoming said angrily. Last time, you made me look bad in front of everyone. This time I'm going to make you pay for it in the arena broadcasted by the world. We'll be a bit gentler, but if your failed products are too weak, then I don't know. The cultured man said mockingly. Hearing this, Sei Ito and Blue Hair Earrings basically understood. It was nothing more than Yueyong Xiaoming refuting the refined man's theory or research results in a certain society, held last year, causing the refined man to lose face. As a result, he developed resentment towards Yueyong Xiaoming, who was purely acting from the perspective of a student and did not consider the cause and effect of the matter. This time, it just so happened that the class team led by Yueyong Xiaoming had become his opponent. He was prepared to ruthlessly make Year 1 Class 7 suffer a crushing defeat in order to achieve his goal of humiliating Yueyong Xiaoming. The reason he came here to look for Moonyong Xiaoming was to taunt her before the match. He also wanted to see Yueyong Xiaoming's expression of despair and helplessness. After saying that, the refined man ignored the disappointed Yueyong Xiaoming and laughed complacently as he turned around and left. It's not like that. Yueyong Xiaoming, who was standing still, lowered her head. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she said in a trembling voice, "They aren't trash, right?" Sei Ito, who heard everything, looked at Blue Hair Earrings and Blue Hair Earrings, then turned around to look behind them. However, they did not know when, but all the students in the class had gathered behind them. He stood there with a silent expression. "Alright, you all heard it, right? Just now, everyone was complaining about how they were bored and exhausted." As the male class monitor, Blue Hair Earrings looked at everyone with a rare serious expression and said, "Now, I'll ask again. Do you all really not want to win?" With Yueyong Xiaoming's matter as motivation, all the students were shocked after Blue Hair Earrings finished speaking. They looked at Blue Hair Earrings as if they were ready to die. They looked like they were ready to listen to Blue Hair Earrings' orders at any time. Blue Hair Earrings turned around and looked at Blue Hair Earrings in the team and said, "Hairdresser, you arrange it." "Okay." Hairdresser agreed without hesitation. Then, he walked to the middle of the crowd and arranged the battle strategy for the wooden stick wrench competition, under the gaze of all the students. In the heavy atmosphere, the time for the wooden stick wrench competition finally arrived. The so-called wooden stick wrench competition was a common competition in the military camp to snatch the military flag. However, compared to the competition in the military camp, the wooden stick wrench competition was directly divided into two teams, one attacking and one defending. The defending team had to set up a tall pole behind them. They would use positional warfare to welcome the attacking team's challenge. It would only end when one of the two teams was completely wiped out, admitted defeat, or the wooden stick wrench was used. According to Hairdresser's battle strategy, Year 1 Class 7 chose to be the attacking team. After all, in the entire class, other than Sei Ito, who did not directly state his ability level, the strongest ability user in the class was only LV3. Most of the others were LV1 or LV2, and some were even incompetent. Compared to the team led by Gentle Guy, whose ability level was around LV2 or LV3, the difference was too big. As the competition began, Sei Ito, Kamiju Dangma, Blue Hair Earrings, Tsuchimikado Motoharu, Hairdresser, and the other high school's Year 1 Class 7, and another high school's class led by Gentle Guy appeared on the competition field. They stood 80 meters apart from each other. The moment the two sides stood in place, the first row of the defending team members all extended their arms. They launched a superpower attack at the students of Year 1 Class 7 that rushed towards them. In an instant, a large amount of lightning, fire, water balls, psychokinesis, or other long-range attacks landed in the middle of Year 1 Class 7's team. The sand that was specially watered to prevent dust from flying into the air created holes of varying depth. At the same time, a large amount of heavy sand flew up from the holes and formed a gray fog that covered the students of Year 1 Class 7. The intense battle made the spectators on both sides immediately excited as they cheered loudly. 10 minutes later, under the efforts of everyone, Ito Sei and Tsuchimikado Motoharu, as well as Kamijutoma, this shit-stirring stick, Year 1 Class 7 won the wooden stick competition. Although in terms of the result, almost all of the students had different degrees of injuries on their bodies. Why does everyone have to work so hard? If everyone doesn't have fun at the Great Tyrant Star Festival, then it's meaningless. Winning or losing isn't important at all. Teacher is not happy at all when she sees everyone injured like this. Tsuchimikado Xiaoming, who changed back to her usual pink dress, stood at the contestants' passage with a medical kit in her hand. She looked at the students who were walking back together with each other with tears in her eyes. It was just that the students, who didn't care about the injuries at all, seemed to have discussed it beforehand. They didn't explain to Tsuchimikado Xiaoming who was crying, and they scattered in twos and threes. Japanese school life is quite interesting. It seems that it's a pity that I chose to skip a grade and stay at home to study. Seito also left the crowd and walked toward Inticus, the last work, and his temporary guardian, Yoshikawa Kikyo. But at this moment a woman who was about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a dark gray work uniform, with blonde hair that seemed to have been carefully curled, and holding a long wooden board about 1.5 meters long and 70 centimeters wide tightly wrapped in a beige cloth in her right arm, completely attracted his attention. That's Oriana Thompson, with the title Tracking and Blocking. Seito's eyes followed the blonde woman as she walked. Then he turned around and quickly chased after the blonde woman. Since the other party might be Oriana Thompson with the title Tracking and Blocking, Seito's tracking method was naturally more careful and secretive. He completely concealed his aura and diverted his gaze to avoid attracting the other party's attention. Then, he cleverly followed Oriana Thompson by stepping on her blind spot. Halfway through, Seito saw that the crowd around him was getting smaller and smaller. Afraid of attracting Oriana Thompson's attention, he turned around again. He took out his mobile phone and opened the map of the surrounding area while quickly circling to Oriana Thompson's path. Then, he switched the screen of his mobile phone to a match and pretended to be a young man who wasn't paying attention to his surroundings. Coincidentally, he bumped into Oriana Thompson. After taking a step back, Seito raised his head and looked at Oriana Thompson. Oriana Thompson had fair skin like most Westerners, but unlike them, the pores on her skin weren't thick. On the contrary, they were very delicate and didn't have thick hair that affected her vision. Her blue eyes exuded a dazzling aura and a somewhat lazy temperament. The most eye-catching thing was that the work clothes she wore only had a buckle at the chest area to restrain her full breasts, leaving her abdomen and navel directly exposed to the air. At the same time, the buckle and belt of Oriana Thompson's work uniform weren't properly fastened, revealing a portion of her abdomen and her Apollo's belt on both sides. She looked like she was taking it off, but she wasn't. It was very tempting. Gulp. Seito pretended to be a young man who was being seduced. He stared at Oriana Thompson's exposed chest and abdomen and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Oh my God. I'm sorry, I'm really not used to so many people. Does it hurt anywhere? Oriana Thompson placed her free left hand in front of her and closed one eye. She apologized in fluent Japanese with an embarrassed tone. No, it's nothing. Seito, who seemed to have just recovered from his shock, quickly shook his head and said. Then, he glanced at Oriana Thompson, who was holding a square board, and asked curiously, "Are you working?" "Yes, I'm working. If it's okay with you, little brother, I'll leave for a while." Oriana Thompson smiled. Chapter 881. Can I know your name and contact information? Seito pretended to be shy and looked at Oriana Thompson. Do you want to pursue this big sister? Oriana Thompson looked at Seito with interest and smiled. Seito made his face flush with blood using his martial arts chi and blood. He pretended to be shy and blushed, not daring to speak. Little brother, you're so funny. Oriana Thompson saw this and smiled charmingly. Then she walked up to Seito and said softly, "As compensation for bumping into you, it's better to kiss." Really? Can I?" Seito confirmed with a look of disbelief. "Sure." Oriana Thompson put her hand on Seito's face and said softly. Then she slowly leaned forward and put her head in front of Seito, who was pretending to be an innocent boy and swallowing his saliva, and kissed him on the lip. Seeing such a good opportunity in front of him, Ito-sei was unwilling to give up. He immediately stretched out his hands and hugged Oriana Thompson's waist. He pretended to stick out his tongue clumsily and put it into Oriana Thompson's mouth, entangling with her tongue. Oriana Thompson did not refuse. Instead, she took the initiative to tease Seito's tongue as if she was teaching him. Seito's fake kissing skill gradually became skillful. "Wow, so intense!" A female student who saw the two kissing exclaimed. "That woman has such a great figure. I feel like that person is me," a male student said with envy and jealousy. The students in Academy City are so open-minded. This was the sigh of a tourist who came to visit Academy City. So romantic. A girl who was infatuated with men said longingly. All kinds of onlookers sighed. "Little brother, you're really passionate. Even I, your big sister, am a little excited." After a short while, Oriana Thompson, who had separated from Seito, licked her lips gently as though she was savoring the aftertaste. Then, he said regretfully, "But it's a pity." "All right, let go of big sister." "Big sister, I'm going to work," Oriana Thompson said with a gentle smile as she looked at Seito, who still had his arms around her waist. "I want to know your name and contact information." Seito mustered up his courage and asked again. "Elder sister, I'm Oriana. As for my contact information, I can't give it to you," Oriana Thompson said in a coquettish voice. "Can't I?" Seito said regretfully. "Yes, no." Oriana Thompson's tone was firm. Then, she slightly exerted her arm on Seito's chest, trying to push Seito away so that she could continue with her work. Sensing that there were other people around, Seito didn't insist. He let go of her arm and took a step back, allowing Oriana Thompson to regain her freedom. "See you again, little brother," Oriana Thompson said in a coquettish voice. Then, she turned around and continued walking along the street. Seito, who was in disguise, first stood still and stared at Oriana Thompson's back for a moment. Then, his face suddenly turned firm and he quickly followed her. Since it was a disguise, he naturally didn't need to use the previous tracking technique. Instead, he needed to let Oriana Thompson know that he was following her. In the beginning, Oriana Thompson still followed her usual pace and walked forward slowly. But after passing a fork in the road, Oriana Thompson suddenly turned around and ran away quickly. Seeing this, Seito immediately quickened his pace and chased after her at a speed slightly faster than normal people. But this speed was too slow for Oriana Thompson, who had been escaping from others' pursuit for many years. Soon, Oriana Thompson used her exquisite technique of escaping from others' pursuit for many years to open up a large distance between them. She was about to disappear from his sight. At this moment, Sei Ito's face suddenly revealed an anxious look. He then released psychokinesis to wrap around his body. With the enhancement of psychokinesis, he burst out with a speed far beyond that of ordinary people and quickly chased after Oriana Thompson. With the enhancement of psychokinesis, the distance between the two was quickly shortened again. Oriana Thompson, who was running in front, turned her head and looked at Sei Ito, who was still following her relentlessly. Then, she sped up and ran forward. In a short while, she rushed to a place that looked like a workshop warehouse. Standing outside the warehouse, Sei Ito frowned as he looked at the building in front of him. Then, he stepped into the warehouse with a determined look on his face. Not long after he stepped into the warehouse, he stepped on a certain ground line. A ball of air rotating at high speed like a raisin gun suddenly appeared in midair and shot straight at Sei Ito's body. Ito Sei, who deliberately showed a flustered look on his face, jumped and dodged the attack route of the air ball, but before he could settle down, he was hit by a huge explosion. Another ball of air pierced through the air and shot at Sei Ito like a cannonball. Bang! Sei Ito, who had been prepared, opened his hand and formed a psychokinesis barrier the size of an ancient shield on the surface of his hand, blocking the air ball to one side. Then, Sei Ito's face hardened. He gritted his teeth and continued to rush into the warehouse. Following Sei Ito's breakthrough, air balls, ice balls, hedgehog balls made of iron sand, invisible wind blades, explosive attacks, and other magical attacks continuously attacked Sei Ito. Fortunately, Sei Ito was prepared for this. Although he still had to pretend to be an infatuated young man on the surface, he did not add much trouble to Sei Ito. After deliberately suffering 2 superficial wounds, he broke through the magical trap set up by Oriana Thompson in the warehouse and broke through to the periphery of the warehouse. Following that, Ito Sei took out his cell phone and connected it to the hover circuit. He didn't control it and only used his authority to access the surveillance footage in the hover circuit to lock onto Oriana Thompson's whereabouts. Soon, Oriana Thompson's figure appeared on the screen of Sei Ito's mobile phone again. After confirming the direction, Sei Ito directly enhanced his body with psychokinesis and chased after Oriana Thompson at a high speed. Oriana Thompson might not have expected Sei Ito to have such a way to find her, so after thinking that she had shaken Sei Ito off, she slowed down again and wandered around the streets. In this way, Sei Ito directly gave a chance to chase and ambush her. Then, he suddenly rushed out of his hiding place on a deserted street and appeared in front of Oriana Thompson. He stretched out his body and hugged her waist tightly in his arms. Oriana Thompson was startled when she found that she was suddenly hugged by someone. When she saw who was hugging her, her eyes turned cold. However, she still wore an enchanting smile on her face as she said to Ito Sei, who was burying his head in her cleavage, "Oh, little brother, you've caught up with me again. It seems that you're not an ordinary student. Compared to you, Oriana, I'm still far behind." Smelling the fragrance of Oriana Thompson and savoring the softness between her breasts, Sei Ito, who did not raise his head, said in a muffled voice. Then, he once again activated psychokinesis to envelop himself and Oriana Thompson, taking her to the rooftop of the tallest building on the side. At the moment when they landed, a dark blue ball wrapped in a white gas cover suddenly appeared behind Sei Ito and flew towards the back of his head. Bang! Ito Sei didn't even turn his head. His arms were still holding Oriana Thompson tightly. Ito Sei, who was looking up at her, didn't even move his body. He spread out a telekinetic barrier behind him, blocking the sudden sneak attack outside his body. "Oriana, I won't let you go," Sei Ito said with a serious look. "Alas, I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing." Oriana Thompson sighed with a speechless look. Then, with a solemn look, she bent her knee towards Sei Ito's vital part. Sensing Oriana Thompson's movement, Sei Ito raised his left leg together with Oriana Thompson's raised leg, forming a wall and blocking that knee strike. Seeing that her knee strike was blocked, Oriana Thompson bent her arms and pushed outwards as if she were putting her hands on her waist, trying to push open the arms that were hugging her body. However, she obviously underestimated the strength of Ito-sei's arms. At the moment when she tried to push herself up, she felt that his two arms were like two steel bars, tightly wrapping around her body. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move them at all. Feeling that things were getting a little tricky, Oriana Thompson frowned and used this opportunity to punch Sei Ito's abdomen. Bang! In an instant there was a muffled sound. The huge recoil immediately caused Oriana Thompson's wrists to ache. She involuntarily withdrew her fists and opened them. "Little brother, who are you? Ordinary students don't have such powerful combat strength." Oriana Thompson stared coldly into Sei Ito's eyes and asked. Being hugged at such close range, she couldn't use magic to counterattack, and her close-range attacks were ineffective. "My name is Sei Ito. I'm a superpower user," Sei Ito replied with a chuckle. "Sei Ito." Oriana Thompson frowned slightly. She repeated the name as if she had heard it before. "Oriana, surrender." Sei Ito stared quietly into Oriana Thompson's blue eyes and said calmly, "Surrender? Let me think about it." Oriana Thompson tilted her head and replied. Then, she frowned as if she was seriously considering it. Chapter 882. P.S. Thank you to NXCX, Instacle Potato, and Nickfany for your tips. The next moment, Oriana Thompson, who was frowning in thought, suddenly jumped. Her legs wrapped tightly around Sei Ito's body like two steel whips, causing Sei Ito's body to fall backward. Under normal circumstances, when a person fell forward with their face down, unless they had absolute willpower to control their body, almost all humans would instinctively extend their hands to the ground to cushion the impact on their face. And this way, Ito-sei's hands would loosen, giving Oriana Thompson the opportunity to escape from the shackles and regain her freedom to fight or retreat. However, Sei Ito had long known that Oriana Thompson would not surrender so easily, so he had been quite vigilant against her. Therefore, when Oriana Thompson launched her counterattack, he was not surprised at all. He directly used psychokinesis to wrap their bodies, forming an invisible cushion behind Oriana Thompson. Bang! Oriana Thompson, who was still tightly held in Sei Ito's arms, fell heavily to the ground. "Big sister, are you impatient? Since there's no one else around, let's have a naked party here," Sei Ito, who was pressing on Oriana Thompson, said softly with a smile. Then, without waiting for Oriana Thompson's response, he lowered his head and buried his head in Oriana Thompson's chest. He used his lips to unfasten her plump breasts, which were only restrained by a buckle, completely exposing them to the air. Then, he chose one of the rosy cherries and opened his mouth to tease her. "Little brother, so you want to play with big sister. You should have said so earlier. It's not like big sister won't agree." Oriana Thompson's eyes were cold, but she still had a seductive smile on her face as she said softly, "But little brother, if you hug big sister like this, big sister can't cooperate with you," Oriana Thompson continued with a seductive voice. "It doesn't matter. As long as I'm here, it's fine." Sei Ito spat out the cherry and looked up. He looked at Oriana Thompson's beautiful face and said. Then, he split his psychokinesis into several tentacles and wrapped them around Oriana Thompson's wrists, pinning her to the ground. Sensing the feeling from her wrists and ankles, Oriana Thompson's expression changed slightly. However, she didn't say anything. She still had a seductive expression on her face as she smiled at Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who had restrained Oriana Thompson with his telepathic tentacles, released his arms and sat on Oriana Thompson's flat abdomen that was completely exposed to the air. "So beautiful." Sei Ito looked at Oriana Thompson with admiration. "Big sister feels very uncomfortable like this. Little brother, Can you really bear to see your big sister suffer? Oriana Thompson put on a delicate and lovable expression and said, Big sister is really too dangerous for me. Only in this way can I feel a sense of security. So, I'm sorry. Seito used his right index finger to slowly draw a line from Oriana Thompson's eyebrows to her nose, mouth, chin, throat, and finally to her chest. He shook his head and said with a smile, Big sister, I'm already in this state. How can I still be in danger? Little brother, you're clearly bullying me. Oriana Thompson complained with a face full of grievances. That's not simple, Seito said as he reached out to grab Oriana Thompson's right hand and snatched the stack of sticky notes from her tightly clenched palm. Oriana Thompson, who felt that she had lost her reliance, finally changed her expression. It was no longer the seductive expression that was feigning civility. Instead, it was replaced by a gloomy face as she stared murderously at Seito, who was sitting on her. Who the hell are you? Oriana Thompson asked coldly. My name is Seito. I'm a superpower user. Seito, who pretended to put the sticky notes into his pocket, but actually kept them in the Rubik's Cube world, chuckled and said, Are all the superpower users in Academy City like you? Forcibly detaining a woman who came to work here for no reason and raping her? Oriana Thompson said with a face full of mockery. Of course not for ordinary people, but for you? Or are you really here to work? Not a terrorist who sneaked into Academy City with ulterior motives? With both hands tightly holding Oriana Thompson's exposed twin peaks, he changed the way he teased and kneaded while asking with a sneer. What evidence do you have to prove that I'm a terrorist? Oriana Thompson endured the strange feeling from her chest and continued to question. Do you still need evidence? When I was tracking you just now, the scene in the warehouse wasn't something that an ordinary person could create. Even within Academy City, such a variety of attacks would require the cooperation of several people with different abilities in order to accomplish such a feat, but you're just one person, and you set up that kind of trap in less than a minute. Who would believe you if you say you're an ordinary person? Seito pinched the vermilion holy fruit at the top of the peak with his index finger and thumb and gently pulled outward. I didn't expect that I, Oriana Thompson, would die in the hands of a nobody. After a short silence, Oriana Thompson said, I didn't expect that I, Oriana Thompson, would die in the hands of a nobody. After a moment of silence, Oriana Thompson seemed to have completely accepted her fate and said with a face full of self-mockery. Seeing this, Seito smiled, leaned down and kissed Oriana Thompson's neck. He gently sucked. Then, when Oriana Thompson closed her eyes and gave up resisting, he activated his telepathic ability and transmitted his voice into her mind. Oriana, I'm now giving you a chance to fulfill your wish. Do you want it? Hearing Seito's voice, Oriana Thompson immediately opened her eyes and looked blankly at Seito, who was kneading her breasts with one hand and sliding the other hand down the midline of her body. He directly reached into her loosened pants and gently stroked the secret part of her lower body while leaning down and kissing her. I'm using telepathy. You only need to speak in your mind. Seito gently glanced at Oriana Thompson and transmitted his voice. Who the hell are you? Oriana Thompson questioned in her mind. My name is Seito. I'm a superpower user, Seito said in his mind. Then, without waiting for Oriana Thompson's face to show anger, he spoke again. But I'm a little different. I know about the existence of the magical world. At the same time, I'm also the target of some factions in the magical world. Upon hearing this, Oriana Thompson's angry expression paused and turned thoughtful. Then, she asked in her mind, You're the interpreter who stole the Book of Law, Seito of Asola Aquina? That's right. Seito's middle finger that was hidden in his pants moved slightly. They entered a dark place that was a little moist and hot. The sudden strange feeling immediately made Oriana Thompson let out a soft moan. I know your wish. You want the world to be free of conflicts of values. I can give you such a world. But as a condition, from now on, you have to stay by my side and devote yourself to me wholeheartedly, Seito said as he constantly stimulated Oriana Thompson's senses. Can you really give me such a world? Oriana Thompson's cheeks flushed red, perhaps because of the strange feeling in her body or because she heard that her almost impossible wish could be fulfilled. Her breathing quickened slightly as she answered in her mind. As long as you agree to that condition, I can. Seito stuck his head out and kissed Oriana Thompson's lip. As he probed his tongue into her mouth to entangle with hers, he affirmed in his mind. As long as you can do it, I don't mind agreeing to it. Oriana Thompson replied as she went along with Seito's actions. Then, she changed the topic and continued, but before this wish is fulfilled, we can only cooperate. At most, we can be considered as collaborators. Apart from normal actions, you have no right to order me to do anything. Like now. After saying that in her mind, Oriana Thompson's eyes cleared. She bit Seito's tongue and looked at Seito with a chuckle in her eyes. Is this really okay? Although you've been holding it in, I can feel that you're almost in the zone. If you stop now, you'll lose your mind. If you stop now, it'll really become very uncomfortable. Although his tongue was bitten, his hands didn't stop moving. Instead, they were getting louder and louder. Seito chuckled. It doesn't matter. At most, I'll find a place to settle it myself. Oriana Thompson, who was suddenly stimulated by the intense feeling, loosened her mouth. Her breathing quickened as she thought to herself. Now, tell me how you plan to fulfill my wish. At this moment, Oriana Thompson's expression turned serious as she ignored the various stimuli coming from her body. She stared into Seito's eyes and asked, because the things involved are too confidential, I can't tell you the specific method now before you're completely mine. But I can assure you that your wish will definitely be fulfilled in the shortest time possible. It'll definitely be much faster and simpler than cooperating with that madwoman from the Roman Orthodox Church, Seito said. It's really hard for me to believe such empty words. At the very least, you have to show me some evidence to make me believe you, Oriana Thompson said with a frown. I'll say it again. Before you're completely mine, I won't tell you any relevant details. If you want to know, you have to give it to me wholeheartedly, Seito said while licking Oriana Thompson's ear. Are you sure you're not trying to trick me into giving myself to you? Oriana Thompson sneered half jokingly and half seriously. Although your body is very tempting, it's not worth the risk for me to tell you my secret. If you don't like it, I can let go now, Seito said and really stopped moving. He quietly looked at Oriana Thompson. Looks like you're not that bad after all, Oriana Thompson said with a sigh of relief. Since I said it, I can definitely do it. As for whether you want to believe it or not, that's your business. Seito slowly pulled out his hand that was hidden in his pants and showed it to Oriana Thompson. But I have to remind you that your whereabouts have been exposed to the eyes of Academy City. Soon, there will be experts coming to hunt you down. If you don't want to be handed over to the British Puritans before your wish is fulfilled and eventually lose your freedom, you'd better leave this place and wait for my next call. Thank you for your reminder, but I still have some doubts about what you said, so I can't leave this place just because of your words. After entering the communication state, Oriana Thompson, who had regained her freedom from the telekinesis shackles, blushed slightly as she reached out to remove Seito's hand that was covered with her body fluid. Do as you wish. I can only tell you that the plan of that religious lunatic Lidovia will definitely fail in the end. You'd better watch out, Seito said as he gently pinched Seito on Oriana Thompson's chest again and sat up. Take it. Then, Ito stood up from Oriana Thompson's body and gave her a notebook and an iron plate engraved with the Flying Thunder God's positioning spell. He then said with a double meaning, Don't worry, Miss Oriana, Miss Oriana. Oriana Thompson, who took the notebook and the metal plate, calmly glanced at Saito and nodded almost imperceptibly, indicating that she understood what he meant. I'm sorry, big sister. I was impulsive just now. At this moment, Saito lowered his head in regret and apologized. It's okay. I don't mind. Oriana Thompson, who stopped tidying her clothes and walked to Saito, instantly got into character and said softly, Come, let big sister reward you with a kiss of regret and forget about this matter. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Saito's neck, pulled him in front of her, and kissed Saito. After another minute or so of intimate entanglement, the two of them finally parted reluctantly. Okay, big sister has to go to work. Bye-bye. Oriana Thompson, who let go of his arms and took a step back, buttoned up her clothes again and wrapped them around her voluptuous breast. Then, she bent down and picked up the rectangular wooden plank wrapped in beige cloth that had fallen to the side. She jumped down from the edge of the rooftop where she was standing and soon disappeared from Saito's sight. Chapter 883. Saito, who was watching Oriana Thompson disappear, did not stay there for long. He followed Oriana Thompson's example and jumped off the building. When he was half a meter above the ground, he used his psychokinesis to support his body and counteracted the gravitational inertia caused by the fall. He landed on the ground steadily and took out his phone to open the GPS system. Following the information shown on the GPS system, he walked towards Inticus, the last work, and his temporary guardian Kikyo Yoshikawa. It was already noon, lunchtime. Along the way, all the convenience stores, no matter what they were selling, were filled with people. It was very lively. At this time, a girl with short brown hair wearing a white track and field uniform and red shorts came into Saito's sight. She was looking around. Yo! Saito raised his hand to greet her. Why are you here? Hearing his voice, the girl turned around and asked in surprise. This girl was one of the top 7 LV5 ability users in Academy City. She studied at the famous Tokugawa University and had the nickname of Railgun, Misaka Mikoto. I'm here to look for someone. I didn't expect to see you here. Saito smiled as he stood in front of Misaka Mikoto. He then turned to look at the convenience store that was filled with tourists buying food. What's up? You want to buy something? Yes. But I can't stand it. Everywhere is filled with people. Misaka Mikoto, who also turned to look at the crowd, complained. Isn't this the Great Tyrant Starfall Festival? Just bear with it. It'll go back to normal in a few days. Saito smiled as he looked at Misaka Mikoto. He then asked, You want to buy drinks? Yes. Misaka Mikoto looked at Saito and confirmed. Then wait here. I'll go get the drinks for you, Saito said. Without waiting for Misaka Mikoto's response, he slowly walked towards the convenience store. Misaka Mikoto was stunned as she watched Saito walk to the convenience store and blend into the crowd. At this moment, a flirtatious female voice rang in Misaka Mikoto's ears, attracting her attention. Ugh! Misaka Mikoto turned around to look at the source of the sound. Her face was filled with disgust as she let out a weird sound that only came from someone who was vomiting. The newcomer was the same as Misaka Mikoto. They were all wearing white sleeveless sports uniforms with Tokugawa's logo printed on the left chest area. There were also red lines on the cuffs and collars, as well as sports shorts with red pockets on both sides of the pant. Unlike Misaka Mikoto, who had no other adornments, not only was her legs wrapped in white lace stockings, but she also wore a pair of white gloves that reached her forearms. She also carried a small branded backpack on her back. Her eyes had the shape of stars in them, and her expression was gentle and charming. She had an elegant temperament and soft golden hair that reached her buttocks, making her exude the aura of a noble young lady from the inside out. Misaka Mikoto, leisurely eating your lunch? The newcomer brushed her hair behind her ear and asked Misaka Mikoto casually. Leisurely? Are you secretly training in a secluded place during lunch break? Misaka Mikoto retorted with an annoyed expression. How is that possible? I used my ability to cancel all the matches in the afternoon. The newcomer said as if she was showing off. Huh! Misaka Mikoto was stunned as she let out a sound. It's just a match in the morning and I'm already tired. The newcomer pretended to be weak and said with a smile. You! Misaka Mikoto was already unhappy with the newcomer. Misaka Mikoto said in a low voice, trying her best to suppress the anger in her heart. She could feel the anger in her heart surging out. I'm back. At this moment, Itose, who was holding 10 bottles of various drinks in his arms, came to the two of them and said aloud. With Seito's arrival, the two who were still angry immediately calmed down and looked at Seito. This lady is... Seito looked at the blonde girl. Seito knew the identity of the newcomer and thought to himself. Shokuho Misaki. Shokuho Misaki was the same as Misaka Mikoto. She studied at the famous Tokuwadai Middle School and was one of the top 7 espers in Academy City. She was also known as the 5th esper with the ability to control minds. Not only could she read minds, but she could also speak to people from a distance, erase thoughts, increase willpower, reproduce thoughts, transplant emotions, etc. She could control all mental phenomena. Her ability was like a Swiss Army knife. Same level student, so I am. Misaka Mikoto placed her right hand on her waist and raised her left hand into a fist. She pointed at Shokuho Misaki with her thumb and said. Seito glanced at Misaka Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki's chest and nodded with a smile. So that's how it is. Same level student. Nice to meet you, Ito-san. Shokuho Misaki said softly. She then transformed into a sporty girl and grabbed Misaka Mikoto's arm. She raised her left arm and extended her thumb, index finger, and middle finger with her palm facing outward. She leaned on Misaka Mikoto and raised her left leg. She closed one eye and said cheerfully, I'm Misaka Mikoto's good friend, Shokuho Misaki. Nice to meet you. Who's your friend? Misaka Mikoto angrily pushed Shokuho Misaki away. Ah, that's scary, Shokuho Misaki exclaimed like a delicate girl. She ran away from Misaka Mikoto to Seito's side and grabbed his arm. She used her mind control ability to corrode Seito's mental state and said coquettishly, Misaka Mikoto seems to hate me, she's always making love to me, ah? Itaseiji was hugging Shokuho Misaki tightly, and he could feel the softness of her breasts. Itaseiji looked at Shokuho Misaki meaningfully and said, You've always been like this to me. Shokuho Misaki's expression changed slightly when she saw Seito's expression. She acted as if nothing happened and continued to act like a delicate girl. Ah, that's right, what's wrong? Shokuho Misaki acted like she didn't mean to provoke Misaka Mikoto. As expected, the agitated Misaka Mikoto lowered her head and clenched her fists tightly. Sparks of electricity could be seen on her forehead as she growled, We've just met. Don't call me by my name as if we're on the same wavelength. As she said the last word, a thick bolt of lightning shot out from her body towards Seito and Shokuho Misaki. Ah! Shokuho Misaki cried out and ran away from Seito to pull Seito into her attack path. Ito Seiji, who had been prepared for this, opened a telekinesis barrier in front of him, blocking the thick electric beam outside his body. Goodbye, Misaka-san. Do your best in the esports event with me, okay? Shokuho Misaki turned around and said happily like a good friend asking for a favor. Watching Shokuho Misaki disappear into the distance, Misaka Mikoto's face became even more displeased. She turned around and walked towards Itose, rudely took a few bottles of drinks from him and walked away without even saying goodbye. Yuri. Itose shook his head and sighed with a smile as he watched Misaka Mikoto disappear from his sight. Seito didn't stay any longer and slowly walked towards Index, the last work, and Yoshikawa Kikyo. Misaka Mikoto was not far from where Index and the other two were, so Ito-sei soon arrived at a packed fast food restaurant. At one of the tables, Ito-sei found Index, who was eating like a maniac, and Yoshikawa Kikyo and the last work, who were sitting opposite Index. "Here you go." Ito walked up to Yoshikawa Kikyo and took out a bottle of drink. "Thank you." Yoshikawa Kikyo took the drink and thanked him. Ito-sei smiled and accepted the gratitude. He then continued to distribute the drinks in his hand to Last Work and Inticus, who had temporarily stopped eating because of his arrival. "Ah Cheng, what took you so long?" Index complained to Ito, who was sitting beside him. "I ran into an accident on the way here." "I'm sorry," Ito said apologetically. Index nodded as he didn't intend to get to the bottom of the matter. He continued to dig into the food on the table. "The last work, what's wrong?" Ito asked as he looked at the absent-minded last work. "I've just received information that a lower-ranked individual seemed to have been attacked. Her whereabouts are currently unknown." Misaka Mikoto explained worriedly. The last work looked up at Ito and said, "Is that so? It seems like someone is trying to attack the sisters during the Great Tyrant Star Festival." Ito frowned and said thoughtfully. He then smiled and comforted the last work. "I understand. I'll find a way to investigate the sisters' whereabouts and find out what happened." "Okay," Misaka Mikoto said excitedly. The last work replied happily. "Oh yeah, do you know what the missing sister's number is?" Ito asked. 10032. Misaka Mikoto nodded and said with certainty. Ito-sei nodded and wrote down the number of the other party. Then, he reached out to the waiter and ordered some more food. While chatting with Yoshikawa Kikyo to increase the favorability of each other, he enjoyed the food in front of him. Chapter 884. 20 minutes later, Ito's group of 4 finally finished their meal. The lunch alone cost almost a month's worth of food. "You guys keep playing, I'm going to look for the sister that was attacked." Standing outside the fast food restaurant, Ito-sei said to Yoshikawa Kikyo, Inticus, and the last work. "Ah Cheng, I'll go with you." Index looked at Ito with a serious expression. "Don't worry, this matter isn't as complicated as you think. It's just that someone wants to make a move on the sisters. I'll go alone. If you go as well, things might change immediately." Ito knew Index was worried that this was the work of someone from the magic world, so he gently comforted her. "Then be careful," Index said. Although she was usually very clingy, she never messed up when it came to serious matters. "Okay," Ito replied with a smile. Then, he nodded at Yoshikawa Kikyo and walked away from Index and the other two. Soon, he disappeared into the crowded street. Ito-sei's investigation method was very simple. First, he rushed to the last place where 10,032 disappeared according to the information obtained from the last work. Then, he took out his mobile phone and activated the browsing authority of the suspension circuit. He mobilized the surveillance images in this area and traced the whereabouts of 10,032. With the hover circuit as his trump card, Ito quickly found the information he wanted. On the screen, the Misaka sister, who was wearing the Tokuwadai girls' school tracksuit and a white safety helmet with the remains of a broken balloon on top, collapsed on the ground. The Misaka sister was like an ordinary person who suddenly had a severe cold or heat stroke. She was short of breath, her cheeks were red, and her consciousness was wavering. On the other side of the screen, a man and a woman appeared beside Misaka's sister, who was lying on the ground. One of them was the one Ito had met before. She also secretly exchanged blows with Shokuho Misaki, who was under the control of the Tokuwadai queen. The other man was between 1.75 to 1.8 meters tall. He wore a dark blue suit with a lot of golden threads. His face was gloomy, and he had a big golden head. Except for 2 or 3 strands of hair hanging naturally on both sides of his forehead, all of his hair was neatly tucked behind his back. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. This guy, I remember that he was one of the people in charge of the Absolute Ability Project. Yes. In the original work, after Misaka Mikoto destroyed 18 research institutes, Amai-Ho rushed into the office in a panic. Seito frowned and recalled as he looked at the man who was squatting beside Misaka Mikoto. In the video, after the man said a few words to Shokuha Misaki, he carried the unconscious Misaka sister in his arms and left with Shokuha Misaki. He walked to a street not far away from Ito-sei's current location, opened a boxcar parked by the side of the road, and placed Misaka's sister inside. Shokuha Misaki and the man got into the car and the driver's seat, respectively. They started the car and drove away. After tracking the car with the hover circuit for a while, the car carrying Misaka's sister, number 10032, finally stopped in School District 2. Inside a huge building called Siren House. Seeing this, Ito-sei logged out of the hover circuit, turned off his phone, and rushed to School District 2, which was right next to School District 7. He was ready to break into the artificial room to rescue Misaka's sister, number 10032. By taking the driverless bus and running at high speed with psychokinesis, it took Ito-sei more than 20 minutes to finally arrive at the talent room building in the second school district. Itsunari, who didn't intend to go through the front door, used his psychokinesis and flew into the air. He then invaded the interior of the artificial room through a half-opened window. His feet didn't touch the ground. Just like that, it floated in the air about 5 centimeters above the ground and headed in a random direction. Perhaps because there were a lot of staff in the building during the day, the Siren House building was mostly closed except for the basic alarm system. Most of the alarms were shut down and replaced by patrolling guards. It's just that it's too time-consuming to search for the Misaka sister floor by floor, so Seito took the opportunity to knock out a researcher who was alone. He used the Yamanaka family's secret jutsu to read the researcher's mind. Not good, someone actually invaded the building. At the same time, on the other side, Shokuha Misaki, who was chatting with the blonde man, suddenly had a change in expression. She said anxiously, "Hurry up and drive me to the Siren House." Shokuha Misaki ordered the man in front of her. The man didn't resist, he just nodded and took Shokuha Misaki to the underground parking lot. He got into the car and started the engine. The tires screeched as they left the parking lot and rushed to the Siren House in School District 2. "There's nothing." Seito frowned as he finished reading the researcher's mind. Then, he hid the researcher and floated out from the corner again, wandering around the artificial room to search. But this time, Seito noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Not only were the patrolling guards armed with weapons, but even the researchers were like mobile eyes, looking around as if they were searching for something. And what Seito noticed the most was that whether it was the patrolling guards or the researchers, everyone's expression was stiff, and there was a strange star-shaped pattern in their eyes. Are they under Shokuha Misaki's control? What a big deal! She changed the minds of all the researchers in the Siren House and made them her subordinates. So this is Shokuha Misaki's secret base? Seito thought as he observed the researchers' movements. But this also explains why I couldn't find any information about Misaka's sister or even Shokuha Misaki herself from the researchers' memories. With Shokuha Misaki personally erasing her memories, if I can still find her, I'll probably be Academy City's LV6. Then, Ito-sei restrained his mind and used a special step to hide himself in the staff's blind spot, creating a physical illusion of invisibility. He began to search the building in a stupid way. The Siren House is a famous research institute in Academy City. Its original purpose was to train the students of Academy City to become the Prime Minister, Minister, top scientist, teacher, master artist, and so on. But this changed after the researchers came into contact with Shokuho Misaki's ability. Instead of spending time and effort to train future talents, they believed that it would be better to study how to make other people have Shokuho Misaki's ability to control people's mind. Then, they could use this ability on specific people to quickly train the top talents in various industries, thus achieving the goal of having the world's top talents come out of the workshop. While researching Shokuho Misaki's abilities, they managed to create a brainwave defense helmet that could block Shokuho Misaki's mind control. However, they still underestimated Shokuho Misaki's ability to control people's mind. In order to test Shokuho Misaki's ability, she deliberately used the researchers under her control as undercover puppets to secretly destroy part of the brainwave defense helmet's function, allowing Shokuho Misaki to control them without them noticing. So in the end, the famous talent room was completely under Shokuho Misaki's control, and under her ingenious manipulation, it entered a state of semi-stagnation. Could it be that she's not on the lower floor, but on the top floor? Seito frowned. He had already entered the underground part of the building, but he still couldn't find Misaka Sister 10032. Ding! With a soft sound, the closed elevator door slowly opened to both sides. An extremely empty room with only two thick tubes emitting green fluorescent light came into Ito-sei's sight. That's King ridiculous. Ito-sei walked out of the elevator and looked at the two thick tubular columns. He couldn't help but sigh. Inside the two thick tubular columns, a pair of moderately proportioned left and right hemispheres that looked like giant brain specimens were housed inside the two columns filled with dark green liquid. They were connected by a dozen slender tubes of varying thickness and suspended in the middle of the tubular body. It's disgusting, isn't it? At this moment, a frivolous voice suddenly sounded in Ito-sei's ears. Shokuho Misaki, who had not changed her appearance, walked out from the shadows behind the tubes and looked at Seito with a smile. It's not disgusting, it's just too exaggerated. Seito looked at Shokuho Misaki and shook his head. Do you want to know where they came from? Shokuho Misaki, who was 3 meters away from Seito, looked at the giant brain inside the tube and asked. Without waiting for Seito's answer, she explained. It's called Exterior, a product of the Exterior project. It's a product of the Exterior project. It's a product of the Exterior project. It has the same brainwave frequency as me, and it can greatly increase my abilities. Shokuho Misaki turned around and looked at Ito-sei with a meaningful smile on her face. Chapter 885. P.S. Thank you to 333 Stacks and 157747860 for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX, Seckle Potato, and Nickfany for their tips. Of course, that's just an excuse. Before Seito could say anything, Shokuho Misaki explained herself. Excuse. Seito frowned as he looked at Shokuho Misaki in confusion. The real purpose of the Exterior project is to allow everyone to use my ability. As long as someone logs into the Exterior, no matter if they're an aptitude user or an ordinary person, they'll be able to use the mind control ability. This is a toy. Shokuho Misaki said casually as she brushed her hair behind her ear. That's a really powerful toy, Ito-sei exclaimed softly with a look of surprise. Then he changed the topic and looked at Shokuho Misaki with interest. This thing, or should I say, this is your biggest secret, right? Why are you telling me about it so easily? There's nothing I can do about it. Your power has exceeded my expectations, and you have an impressive intelligence network. Your existence has become an unexpected variable in this operation. Shokuho Misaki sighed helplessly. So, you were the one who kidnapped Misaka-san? Ito tilted his head and asked. That's right. Shokuho Misaki admitted without hesitation. If that's the case, you just need to return her to me. I'll pretend I didn't see this and leave. How about that? Ito said. Don't you want to know why I took her away? Shokuho Misaki said lazily. If you want to say it, I'm all ears. Ito spread out his hands in front of him and shrugged. Someone has their eyes on them. Shokuho Misaki said seriously. Who? Ito asked with a frown. This incident was something that he had never seen in the original novel or the anime, so Ito had no idea who the mastermind behind this incident was and why. He couldn't take the initiative to attack like before. He could only defend himself as if he was guarding against a thief. Kihara Jensei, Shokuho Misaki replied. Have you heard of this name? Shokuho Misaki asked. It's like thunder in my ears. Kihara Jensei's name reminded her of all the horrible things he had done in the original work. Ito sighed with a serious expression. He's willing to do anything to find out the truth. He destroyed many aptitude users and research facilities. He's one of the pioneers of the Academy's urban system research field. He's the one that you're familiar with, absolute ability evolution. Shokuho Misaki explained slowly. You mean, he wants to restart that plan? Ito said in a deep voice. He didn't wait for Shokuho Misaki to answer. He answered his own question. If he wants to restart that project, what's the point of stealing a sister? And even if it's useful, who's going to be the test subject for the absolute ability evolution? As far as I know, other than that mysterious sixth person, there's no one else in Academy City. The other 6 people, including you, shouldn't be interested in that kind of childish game that's like killing monsters to level up. That old man probably doesn't want to restart the project. Maybe there's something else going on in the Misaka network? Shokuho Misaki said in a low voice. Misaka network. Ito couldn't help but think of his final work. He frowned and muttered to himself. Ito's expression changed as he looked at Shokuho Misaki with a serious expression. Where's Kihara Jensei right now? It took me a lot of effort to lock onto that elusive old man. Shokuho Misaki curled her lips and said. The most accurate location I know is tomorrow afternoon at 14 p.m., at the International Ability Research Conference in School District 9. I read the memories of the insiders, so it should be correct. I'm planning to use this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rid of them in one go. Shokuho Misaki put her hands behind her back and leaned forward slightly. The heavy weight on her chest caused her sleeveless sportswear to fall slightly, revealing a bit of her smooth white skin. She looked at Ito-sensei with a flirtatious expression and said in a coquettish voice. You mean, you don't want me to interfere? Ito glanced at Shokuho Misaki's fair skin and said. I won't give up on someone like you who defeated the first person. Although our goal is the same, I can tell you that I don't trust you. So tomorrow we will act separately. Don't hold me back. Shokuho Misaki acted like she didn't notice Ito looking at her. She slowly straightened her back and said flirtatiously. As long as you don't cause me any trouble. Ito said lightly. He then shifted the topic back to Misaka's sister. Alright, return the sister that you kidnapped to me. Not yet. Shokuho Misaki refused. What do you mean? Ito squinted his eyes as a chilling aura emanated from his body, causing the temperature in the room to drop by 3 to 4 degrees. Shokuho Misaki, who was only wearing a sleeveless sportswear, felt a chill down her spine as she said in a cold voice. Ayaya, are you angry? Shokuho Misaki shrugged her shoulders and tucked her neck downwards. She rubbed her left arm with her right arm for warmth. When she saw Ito-sei's face getting more and more serious, she quickly explained. That child's body has been infected with military nanomachines, but because of her electrical ability, the nanomachines have mutated a little. Therefore, the nanomachine's vaccine alone can't completely heal her, so I think it's best to keep her here for the time being. If we just send her to an outside hospital like this, she might be found out very quickly by the other party. You know, our opponent this time is the Black Ops of Academy City, who specialize in dirty work. Shokuho Misaki added. Can you guarantee that this place is absolutely safe? After hearing Shokuho Misaki's explanation, Ito-sei pondered for a moment and asked. All the staff in this building are under my control. Every time I enter this place, I erase the memories of everyone who comes with me. Apart from people like you who found out about this place from who knows where and barged in without permission, no one can enter this place without being noticed, Shokuho Misaki explained to Ito Seiji with a displeased expression. Seito nodded and said, If that's the case, let's leave the child here for now. But before we leave, I want to see her. Sure, come with me. Shokuho Misaki didn't even think about it before agreeing to such a normal request. She turned around and led Seito to another door in the room. Then, he opened the door and entered a dimly lit room that was about 30 square meters in size. There was a multifunctional treatment bed in the room. On the multi-purpose bed, her breathing was rapid. She was sweating all over. Misaka's sister number 10032 appeared in Ito-sei's vision. Her eyes were closed and she was still unconscious. Seito walked around Shokuho Misaki and stood in front of her. He ignored the blond man in the suit, who stood up from his chair and walked to the multi-purpose bed. He placed his hand on Misaka's sister's arm. He closed his eyes and used psychokinesis to check on Sister 10032's condition. Under the psychokinesis derivative ability, life control, a bunch of insect-shaped nanomachines that were a few times smaller than cells appeared in Ito-sei's mind. They flowed through Misaka's sister's blood and spread throughout her body. Do you have a syringe here? Seito opened his eyes and asked the blond man. The blond man looked at Shokuho Misaki. After Shokuho Misaki nodded, he walked to the side and took out a syringe that was still sealed and tossed it to Seito. Ito-sei reached out and grabbed the syringe that was thrown to him. He opened the package and took out the syringe. He removed the needle cover and inserted the empty syringe into the vein of Misaka's sister's forearm. He then pulled the bolus and extracted half of the blood sample. I'm leaving, I hope you can take good care of her. Seito put the syringe back on the syringe, and said to Shokuho Misaki. Under the watchful eyes of Shokuho Misaki and the blond man, he slowly walked out of the room and disappeared from their sight. That man was... After Seito left, the blond man looked at Shokuho Misaki, who was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Rumor has it that he defeated the first Esper who single-handedly destroyed the Absolute Ability Evolution Experiment, Ito-sei. Shokuho Misaki replied in a soft voice. On the other hand, after Tongqing left the artificial room, he sent the syringe hidden in his hand into the Rubik's Cube world and told Celine to use the blood sample in his hand to create a special vaccine that could eliminate the nanomachines in the sample. Then, he headed toward Fonchuan Kikyo, Inticus, and the last work. Since Kihara Gensei's target might be the Misaka network, I might as well stay by the last work side to protect her. That way, even if he wants to use the Misaka network, I can use the last work to stop him. Seito thought to himself. Halfway through the journey, Oleana Thompson, who was dressed in a Persian dancer's uniform, was only wearing a red-laced corset which was hung by a string thinner than a finger, exposing her shoulders, arms and the entire back of her abdomen, as well as a mini-skirt which only covered her lower abdomen and buttocks. The parts below her thighs were all covered by a dozen long white leggings which were about 1.5 centimeters in width. Ito-sei caught sight of Oleana Thompson. "Yo, big sister." Ito-sei, with a strange smile on his face, walked towards Oriana Thompson and greeted her. At the same time, he asked telepathically, "Why are you still here?" Ah, it's little brother. I didn't expect us to be so fated to meet each other. Oriana Thompson replied with a charming smile on her face. Then, she replied telepathically, because I haven't finished my work yet. Looks like you're determined to help that religious madman finish his work, Ito said telepathically, while he pretended to be talking nonsense with Oriana Thompson. There's nothing I can do about it. It's your fault for not being willing to tell me the details of the plan. It's hard for me to believe that you're telling the truth, so I can only continue doing this job that looks promising, Oriana Thompson, who was playing along with the act, replied inwardly. Whatever. You can do whatever you want. I guess you'll only listen to me when you hit the wall. Ito sighed in his heart. Then, on the surface, he bade farewell to Oriana Thompson and kissed her passionately again. They then parted ways and continued heading towards their respective destinations. About 20 minutes later, Ito returned to School District 7. He found Inticus and the final work playing in an amusement center, as well as Fangchuan Kikyo, who was quietly drinking a canned drink. How's it going? Fangchuan Kikyo nodded at Ito, who was walking toward her. She then asked after Ito stopped beside her. Fangchuan Kikyo was one of the few researchers in the Absolute Ability Evolution Project who had feelings for the final work and the 20,000 sisters other than experimental animals. This could be clearly seen from the fact that she wanted to give each of the Misaka sisters a name in the original work and wanted to distinguish them with her own eyes. She also almost died for the final work. We've found the whereabouts of the Misaka sister, but for some reason, she's temporarily staying there. We'll bring her back tomorrow. Ito, who was sitting beside Fangchuan Kikyo and watching Inticus and the final work fighting in front of a fighting game console, said softly. Fangchuan Kikyo nodded slightly. She didn't ask for any details. Clearly, she was very clear about her position. She didn't want to get involved in things that were beyond her ability, so as to avoid bringing danger to herself. Ito did not ask further. He sat there quietly and rested. After a while, Inticus and the final work, who were tired of playing, discovered his presence. The peace was broken again. After that, Ito played with Inticus and the final work for a while more. Then, he invited Fangchuan Kikyo to have dinner together. After dinner, he sent her back to her apartment and arranged a meeting time for the next day. Then, he brought Inticus and the final work back to their dormitory to rest. The next day, after a night of rest, the three of them woke up, washed up, and had dinner. They walked out of the dormitory together and looked at the meeting place they had agreed to meet with Fangchuan Kikyo yesterday. Together, they strolled around Academy City. Chapter 886. P.S. I'm sorry, I suddenly found a rat in my room, and I was so scared that I couldn't focus on writing. Now, it's still having a lot of fun, and it's running past my eyes from time to time. My heart is beating so fast, I'm going crazy. Inticus, you and Miss Fangchuan can go sightseeing. I'll bring the last work to see the Misaka sister who was attacked yesterday. After participating in a competition and accompanying Inticus, the last work, and Fangchuan Kikyo around for more than an hour, Ito stopped and said to Inticus, "Why are you only bringing her?" Inticus asked as he stared at Ito angrily. "I don't have a choice. You can't go to that place," Ito sighed helplessly. "What place is it?" Inticus asked after a moment of silence, still unwilling to give up. "It's a rather secretive research institute. Its security level is quite high in Academy City. Even I have to sneak in to get in. I had no choice but to bring the last work with me. If possible, I don't even want to bring her," Ito explained softly, shaking his head slightly. "Is it dangerous?" Inticus asked worriedly, having keenly noticed some clues from Ito's words. "It's not dangerous, just a little troublesome if we're discovered. Plus, your identity is a bit special, so..." Ito shrugged and spread his hands in front of him. All right then, Inticus lowered his head and said unwillingly. Don't worry. I promise the last work and I will be back soon. Ito patted Inticus's head and comforted him softly. Really? Inticus raised his head, puffed up his cheeks, and asked. Wicked peach wife. Cinderella from a wealthy family. It's true, Ito Kunari said affirmatively. At this point, Inticus finally stopped bothering Ito and agreed to let him leave with his final work. Ito didn't say anything. He nodded at Fangchuan Kikyo, who looked like an outsider. Then, he held Last Work's hand and rushed to the artificial room in the second school district. It is worth mentioning that due to the pursuit of Oleana Thompson yesterday, the two of them were in the process of chasing after Oleana Thompson. Because Steele had used fire magic to blow up a self-driving autonomous bus, all the autonomous buses in Academy City were temporarily suspended until the cause of the accident was determined. They would only be allowed to operate again after the cause of the accident was confirmed. That's why today's Academy City had a traffic jam that was rarely seen. Itosei paid the taxi fare and continued to walk to the artificial housing in the second school district. Itosei felt that the speed of taking a taxi was not as fast as walking. After an hour or so, Itosei and Hanako successfully arrived outside the artificial house. Something's wrong here. Ito frowned and muttered to himself as he looked at the artificial house without any guards. It's uncomfortable here. Misaka tried to suppress the strange feeling in his heart. Last Work's body trembled as she looked at the entrance of the artificial house. Ito frowned when he heard Last Work say the same thing. He bent down and hugged Last Work in his arms. Then, he wrapped his body in psychokinesis and rushed into the artificial house like a gust of wind. He followed the same route as yesterday and rushed toward the artificial house where Shokuho Misaki's brain was. Ito rushed forward at high speed. A double-open alloy door with a door-shaped mark on its surface appeared in the eyes of Itosei and the Last Work. The cut part of the door was lying on the polished marble floor. Looks like something's wrong, Ito thought. Then, he sped up again and almost instantly rushed into the big room where the external equipment was placed. The next moment, Misaka Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki appeared in front of Itosei's eyes. Both of them were wearing the Tokawadai girls' school uniform. Ring 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 ring. Shokuho Misaki suddenly heard a crisp ringing sound coming from her backpack. Shokuho Misaki, who was leading Misaka Mikoto to room 10032, stopped in her tracks and quickly took out her phone from her backpack. She pressed the answer button and put the phone to her ear. Hey, I can finally get in touch with you. On the phone, the voice of the blonde man that Itosei had heard before immediately came out. I'm in front of the artificial house. What's going on over there? Shokuho Misaki didn't care about her image and asked anxiously. I'm on the roof, the girl, 10032, is with me. The man on the phone replied. Good job. Let's do it on the roof, I'll. Shokuho Misaki's face lit up, and she said happily. No. But before she could finish her sentence, the man on the phone interrupted her. The man on the other end of the phone denied it without hesitation. Then, he explained in a serious tone, the attacker, I believe, is a group of skilled special forces. They would never let me escape here with a person in my arms. So, they should consider that they lured me here. Please be extra careful. Don't worry, I have an Amazon with me whose chest has been swapped for combat power. Don't worry. Shokuho Misaki waved her arm and joked. Who are you talking about? Misaka Mikoto raised her eyebrows and smiled. She looked like she was going to explode if Shokuho Misaki gave a bad answer. It was as if she was going to explode. Right at this moment, Shokuho Misaki, who was perfectly fine a second ago, suddenly knelt down on the ground. The immense force caused her knees to hit the ground with a loud bang. Is that so? The man on the phone didn't know what was going on. If she's with you, even though it's not what I expected, it saves me a lot of trouble. Vampire President. Sorry, I'm Vampire Hunter. An old and strange voice came from the phone. Shokuho? Misaka Mikoto called out. At this time, Itosei also walked over to Shokuho Misaki with the last work in his arms and reached out to support her arm. At the same time, to prevent Misaka Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki from making any noise, he used telekinesis to seal the air around them. Yo! Just when Misaka Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki were shocked by Seito's appearance, the old voice on the phone spoke again. Complicating the login to prevent others from controlling it? How naive. Even if I don't need to log in, I just need to synchronize it with my brain waves and the ability will belong to me. Shokuho, you must have heard the rumors, right? After all, I'm the one who taught Kuyaman-kun how to synchronize his brain waves. The old voice laughed. Misaka Mikoto couldn't care less about why Ito was here and who the little girl in his arms was. She turned around and dashed out of the room where the giant brain was and ran towards the roof of the artificial room. Kihara Jensei. After Misaka Mikoto ran away, Seito used telekinesis to suppress the sound of his voice and spoke directly into Shokuho Misaki's ears. She looked up at Seito and nodded with a heavy expression. Even if there are multiple layers of defenses placed on my sisters, it's a piece of cake for me to remove them. Kihara Jensei's old voice continued. Also, it's the same to implant a special virus into Misaka's network. Ah! As soon as he finished speaking, a painful scream that clearly belonged to a young girl came from the phone. At the same time, the expression of the last work in Itosei's arms changed. Her face was pale and she closed her eyes. She curled up in Itosei's arms and gasped for breath. It was obvious that due to the reverse influence of the Misaka network, as the final product of the command tower, even though it was not infected by the special virus, it was still burdened by the sudden burst of powerful data calculations, causing its already weak body to be unable to bear the burden. Seeing this, Itosei didn't bother to hide anymore. He immediately placed the last work flat on the ground, reached out his hand and pressed her forehead. Then, he began to operate the huge computing power that he had gained after the mutation in the absolutely pitiful world. While sharing the processing information that was concentrated in the last work's mind, he also used his own computing power to reverse the Misaka network, acting as an antivirus software to pacify the Misaka network. During this process, the negative emotions accumulated from the Misaka network's 10,000 deaths gushed out from the last work's mind and attacked Itosei's mind. Fortunately, Seito had been baptized by World C when he was in Leluxia's world. When he was devouring Leluxia's world, he also fought against World C's core consciousness on a large scale. That was why his mental power was as hard as a diamond. That was why he wasn't affected by the negative emotions accumulated by the thousands of death. He was able to calm down the Misaka's network. During this process, a large amount of data processing power was transferred between Seito and the last product's mind every second. Shokuho Misaki, who couldn't move, was dumbfounded. At the same time, the artificial house was set. It's beautiful. But if you don't use this power, it's just a show. An old man in his 70s or 80s had his hands behind his back. He was wearing a white lab coat with a pair of black trousers. His white coat was neatly fastened. His hair was almost bald, and there was a large age spot on the upper left corner of his forehead. He looked up at the black lightning bolts in the sky and said in an admiring tone, "This person was one of the most outstanding members of the Kihara family in Academy City. He was the mad scientist Kihara Jensei, who had a passion for the creation of absolute ability users. What's the most interesting way to use this power?" Kihara Jensei muttered to himself. Chapter 887. At this moment, they heard a bang, The door that connected the roof to the interior of the room was pushed open. Misaka Mikoto appeared at the staircase with a furious look on her face. The next moment, Misaka Mikoto saw the unconscious Misaka sister number 10032 on the ground. She glared at Kihara Jensei, who had his back facing her, and screamed, "What did you do to that child? So what if she's being covered by the shadow of the first candidate? She's being used by the chairman as an opportunity to awaken her hidden power?" Kihara Jensei turned his head slightly and said with a smile, "Using Misaka Mikoto's body as a vessel." As soon as Kihara Jensei's voice trailed off, the black lightning bolts that were dancing in the air above the artificial room seemed to have found an opening to vent their anger as they struck Misaka Mikoto's forehead. However, the lightning didn't do any damage to Misaka Mikoto. Instead, it was like a form of energy that entered Misaka Mikoto's body through her forehead. Misaka Mikoto's had changed instantly after the black energy entered her body. Misaka Mikoto's brown hair that was hanging down naturally started to fly upwards. Strands of white hair started to appear on both sides of her forehead like two bunny ears that were curled backwards. His originally thin eyebrows had become thick and long, and his eyes were wide open. One of his eyes had no pupils, and was completely milky white. The other eye was pitch black, and the pupil had shrunk to the size of a soybean. Long and thin dark blue lightning bolts shot out, wrapping around his body. The lightning bolts that had materialized into thin strips were connected together. There were 4 blue and white diamond-shaped crystals that were placed at a fixed distance from each other on the strip. They moved along with the movements of the strips like decorations. "Alright, let's begin the experiment. Can Misaka-kun resist the will of the heavens?" Kihara Jensei looked at Misaka Mikoto, who was forcefully evolving to LV6, and said softly. Misaka Mikoto remained silent for a moment. Then, she turned around and looked at the huge building in the center of Academy City that had no windows or doors. She didn't do anything, but the sky above the building started to rumble. Then, a lightning bolt that was a few times thicker than the building and more powerful than Archangel's positron cannon came crashing down from the sky. It hit the building that had no windows or doors. Boom! After the attack landed. Only then did the earth-shattering sound resound. Although the power of the attack seemed very strong, the building that was directly bombarded was still intact in front of everyone after the attack. It was really hard to believe that the building that looked no different from any other building, except for the lack of doors and windows, actually had such amazing defensive power. Even though it's 10 times stronger than the original Misaka, it's still not enough. However, physical attacks from the front can't hurt that thing. Unknowingly, he took out his phone. Kihara Jensei said softly. No one knew who he was contacting. "This isn't what we agreed on." On the phone, a girl's angry voice came from the other side. "Young people these days are really impatient." Kihara Jensei interrupted the girl with a tone that sounded like an old man lamenting the changes in the world. He continued. "She's still growing. Based on the evolution of absolute ability users, she should be around 2%. If you want to achieve your goal, please pay attention to the work in your hands." "Yes." The girl on the other side of the phone replied. "Haha, there's one more thing I want to thank you for," Kihara Jensei said with a smile as he turned around and left the center of the incident. At the same time, on the other side of the street not far away from the Zaiju artificial house building, Shoujo Toma, who was a hot-blooded young man with long hair, was trying his best to run towards the location of the incident, the Zaiju artificial house. "Can you stop it?" Shokuho Misaki, who was barely able to break free from Mega Brain's psychological control, stood up from the ground and looked at Ito-sei, who was sweating profusely. "I'm trying." Ito-sees, who could barely spare any energy to reply, replied. "Okay, I'll go outside and find a way to stop Kihara Jensei," Shokuho Misaki said, and ignored Sei Ito, who was trying to pacify the Misaka network. She staggered to the side and used the wall as support to walk outside. Someone is using the Misaka network to lure Mikoto. If that's the case, don't blame me for not showing mercy. After a short stalemate with the virus, Ito-sei, who had completely occupied the last work's central command tower, sensed the situation in the Misaka network. He then opened up the Rubik's Cube world and used his remaining consciousness to connect to the willpower core. The willpower core took over the workload of the computer and shared the burden of Sei Ito's overused consciousness. Sei Ito, who finally relaxed, focused his mind and sent a portion of his consciousness into the Misaka network in the form of a radio wave. He tried to reach the foreign consciousness that was different from the Misaka network's consciousness. With the simulated radio waves, Ito-sei, who was not blocked by the Misaka network, arrived at the side of the foreign consciousness without much trouble. The moment Ito-sei touched the consciousness, he felt his surroundings change abruptly. He found himself in a pitch-black space. Misaka Mikoto was naked and a girl with black knee-length stockings wrapped around her legs. She wore a miniskirt, a tight black short-sleeved leather jacket, and a black leather cap. Her black hair was tied into two soft ponytails at the back of Ito-sei's head. Sei Ito didn't know that he had entered Misaka Mikoto's consciousness and the girl in black was the foreign consciousness he was pursuing. Seeing this, Ito-sei didn't hesitate. He immediately condensed a spiritual thorn in his hand and threw it at the consciousness of the girl in black, who didn't know that he was coming, so she was completely unprepared for him. Everything related to psychic energy in Academy City was interpreted as the evolution of brain wave. Therefore, in terms of psychic energy usage, other than Shokuha Misaki, who was on par with Sei Ito, everyone else in Academy City was weak. Therefore, when the psychic spike exploded, the foreign consciousness didn't even have time to react. It exploded into a bunch of unowned radio waves and was captured by Sei Ito. However, it wasn't a good time to decipher the radio waves. Sei Ito sealed the radio waves and floated to Misaka Mikoto's side. He converted his psychic energy into a gentle hypnotic radio wave and sent it into Misaka Mikoto's body. Misaka Mikoto, can you hear me? Sei Ito asked gently. Who am I? Misaka Mikoto instinctively turned to Sei Ito and asked blankly. You are Misaka Mikoto from Tokuwadai Girls' School, Misaka Mikoto, who is known as the Super Railgun. Misaka Mikoto, who is childish and flat-chested, Misaka Mikoto, who likes Frog Tycoon. Misaka Mikoto, who has more than 9,000 sisters, Misaka Mikoto, who is impulsive and full of righteousness. You are the one and only Misaka Mikoto in this world. As Sei Ito explained, Misaka Mikoto's eyes lit up as if her memories were awakened. She mumbled to herself, I am Misaka Mikoto? I am Misaka Mikoto? I am. Sei Ito knew that Misaka Mikoto's consciousness was slowly awakening. He stopped provoking her and looked around to find a way to sever the connection between Misaka Mikoto and the Misaka network. I am Misaka Mikoto. At this moment, the familiar voice of Misaka Mikoto rang out. Her voice was loud and clear. Sei Ito, why are you here? Misaka Mikoto looked at Sei Ito in confusion. It's all because of you. Sei Ito glanced at Misaka Mikoto and continued looking for a way to connect her to the Misaka network. Me? Misaka Mikoto was stunned for a moment. She then remembered something and asked urgently, Oh right, how is the child? And where is this place? After saying that, he began to look around and observe the surrounding situation. In the next moment, Misaka Mikoto opened her mouth and let out a scream filled with panic, attracting Ito-seiji's attention. Don't turn around. Misaka Mikoto hugged her chest and squatted on the ground. Her face was red as she shouted. She then asked anxiously, Why am I not wearing any clothes? This is your space of consciousness. Your initial form is like this, but here, your will is everything. If you want to have clothes, you will have clothes on your body. Ito-sei, who did not turn his head, explained softly. After listening to Sei Ito's explanation, Misaka Mikoto tried to imagine herself wearing the Tokuwadai uniform. In an instant, a set of Tokuwadai uniform appeared on her body and covered her entire body. Misaka Mikoto let out a sigh of relief when she saw that clothes had appeared on her body. However, her face was still red as she stood up from the ground. She did not dare to look at Sei Ito. Just in time. The you outside is doing a lot of damage. Quickly sense your connection with the outside world and see if there are any abnormalities so that the you outside can return to normal. Sei Ito ignored Misaka Mikoto's shyness and said, I understand. Misaka Mikoto took a deep breath and closed her eyes to sense her surroundings. After a while, Misaka Mikoto opened her eyes and looked at Sei Ito. I can feel it. I can feel an extremely secretive electric wave entering my body and connecting with me. Chapter 888. P.S. Thanks to Hebe Salei for her comment. Upon hearing Misaka Mikoto's words, Sei Ito immediately exited his search mode. He turned around and walked towards Misaka Mikoto. Excuse me. After that, he wrapped his arms around Misaka Mikoto's waist and pulled her into his embrace. Then, as Misaka Mikoto's face turned crimson, he pressed his forehead against hers. What are you doing? Misaka Mikoto asked in a flustered tone. Close your eyes, clear your mind, and coordinate with my breathing. Let's synchronize our senses. I need to find the radio wave that you sensed earlier, Sei Ito explained to Misaka Mikoto with his eyes closed and their noses touching. Oh, okay. Misaka Mikoto replied dejectedly. She then closed her eyes and tried her best to focus. She adjusted her breathing to synchronize with Sei Ito's. Under that specific breathing rhythm, Misaka Mikoto's mind was quickly cleared and she entered a mysterious state. In an instant, Misaka Mikoto felt her mind lighten as it merged with another thought. The combined thoughts of both of them were like the universe that had just experienced the Big Bang, rapidly expanding outward. A vast and boundless darkness immediately poured into Misaka Mikoto's mind from this expanded thought, causing her to feel a sense of loneliness. Focus, don't be affected by this darkness. Sei Ito's voice suddenly appeared in Misaka Mikoto's mind just as she was feeling depressed. Misaka Mikoto was immediately energized. She ignored the loneliness that was surging into her heart and focused on sensing the radio wave that she sensed earlier. With Misaka Mikoto's cooperation, Sei Ito soon sensed the radio wave that came from the void and captured it with his consciousness. Don't resist it later, Sei Ito reminded her again after he captured the signal. Okay. Misaka Mikoto answered softly. Sei Ito did not hesitate after receiving a response. He immediately used his spiritual sense to gain control of this space. Misaka Mikoto, who was frowning as she felt uncomfortable, turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the dark space of consciousness. Just as the two of them left the space of consciousness, Ito Seiji's lonely figure once again appeared in the Misaka network, which was still in chaos. At the same time, Misaka Mikoto, who was forcefully evolving into a LV6 absolute ability user, regained her senses. Her face paled as her body twitched and fell to her knees. She was only able to support herself with her hands to prevent herself from collapsing. Sei Ito, where are you? Misaka Mikoto screamed from the bottom of her heart. Try to recall the breathing frequency you used in the space of consciousness. Use it to focus your mind and control the violent electric current outside of your body. Sei Ito's spiritual sense was in the Misaka network. Using the final order's authority to control the Misaka network, he spoke to Misaka Mikoto, who was still connected to the Misaka network. Misaka Mikoto calmed down when she heard the voice from the bottom of her heart. She endured the immense pain caused by the forceful evolution and tried to recall what happened in the space of consciousness. She adjusted her breathing and entered a special state of concentration. She tried to calm the rampaging ability in her body. Seito did not waste any more time after informing Misaka Mikoto of the solution for the time being. He immediately dispersed the spiritual sense into countless surging radio signals that spread throughout the Misaka network and attacked it in reverse. Seito, who was in the control tower, then connected the radio signals with the Final Order's authority to forcefully eliminate the virus in the entire Misaka network. With Seito's immense computing power that was backed by the will of the world, the Misaka network that was made up of only 10,000 people was quickly taken over and the unique virus that wreaked havoc in the Misaka network was wiped clean. He also installed a new backdoor and fireproof system for the Misaka network. But if that's the case, I'll have to think of a way to escape from Academy City and leave this world. After all, this level of protection has already affected Alistair's plan to create an artificial heaven, as well as the use of artificial angels. This has crossed his bottom line, and it's enough for him to personally deal with me. Seito frowned as he removed his hand from the forehead of the Final Order, whose breathing had calmed down. Seito did not hesitate as he used the Final Order's authority to summon the 10 Misaka sisters in Academy City back to the 3rd Medical Hospital of a certain university. He then took out his phone and sent a message to Haruki Miyama, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Bushu Keshin, Yoshikawa Kikyo, and Intakus. In the message to Frenda, he also told her to bring her sister, Freemia Sevalin. As for Bushu Keshin and Kikyo, who had not agreed to work for him, Seito planned to forcibly bring them into the Rubik's Cube world and let time influence them. After that, Seito bent down and hugged the Final Order in his arms. He then secretly left a black iron plate with the Flying Thunder God's tracking technique on the spot. He then activated his psychokinesis and rushed towards the roof. He was going to send the Misaka Sister 10032 back to the hospital. Although he had already decided to leave Academy City, Seito still needed to disguise himself as a normal psychic before he really left. After all, Alistair would not immediately notice the changes in the Misaka network and would need some time to calculate. However, if he gave up on his disguise and directly used his teleportation ability, Alistair's attention would immediately fall on him, which would affect his escape plan. With the help of his psychokinesis, Seito quickly appeared on the roof of the Xiren room. In an instant, the liquid metal transformed into a humanoid form, using her liquid metal arms to stab at Shokuho Misaki, who was completely clueless about taijutsu. Seito did not hesitate and grabbed the liquid metal doll and used his psychokinesis to immobilize it and save the dying Shokuho Misaki. Then, Ito-sei's mind turned, and the psychokinesis shackled outside the liquid metal doll's body immediately contracted inwards, forcibly compressing the liquid metal doll controlled by Yutaka into a ball of silver-white substance. The liquid metal doll probably realized that its ability was no match for Seito, so it immediately gave up on controlling the liquid metal doll and withdrew its psychokinesis. "Thank you." Shokuho Misaki, who had just escaped from danger, immediately returned to her normal self and thanked Ito-sei in a frivolous manner. "You're welcome." Seito threw the liquid metal doll aside. Ito-sei said softly as he walked towards Misaka Sister 10032 with the last work in his arms. "Looks like I'm not needed here anymore." Shokuho Misaki looked at Seito, who squatted down next to Misaka Sister 10032 and took out a strange-looking syringe filled with light blue liquid and injected it into her body. "Since I'm done, I'll go enjoy my Great Tyrant Star ritual." At this moment, Misaka Mikoto appeared on the roof with a pale face and short of breath. She looked at Seito and Shokuho Misaki and asked anxiously, "How is the child?" Obviously, after she escaped from the forced evolution state and regained some strength, she immediately used magnetic control to rush up. I've injected the anti-nanomachines vaccine into her body. She just needs to rest for a few days and she'll be back to normal, Saito said as he put away the empty syringe and carried Misaka Sister 10032 in his arms. Phew. That's good. Misaka Mikoto was relieved after hearing Saito's confirmation. She sat down on the ground and panted. You guys should leave this place as soon as possible. I'll take them to the hospital. Ito-sei turned around and looked at Shokuho Misaki and the blonde man, as well as Misaka Mikoto, who was sitting on the ground. I'll help you, Misaka Mikoto said as she tried to stand up from the ground, but her muscles were too numb. She couldn't exert any strength at all. If she wasn't worried about Misaka Mikoto, she wouldn't have rushed over. Don't force yourself. Don't forget that I'm a doctor. I know your body better than you do. Just stay here and rest, Saito said with a light smile. Hearing Saito's words, especially the part about knowing her body better than you do, she couldn't help but remember what happened in the space of consciousness. She was naked and was seen by Saito. She couldn't help but blush, making her look even cuter. Mikoto's muscles have been damaged to a certain extent because of what happened just now. Can you send her to the hospital later? Ito-sei turned to Shokuho Misaki and said. You really take good care of Mikoto. Shokuho Misaki's inquisitive gaze moved back and forth between Saito and Misaka Mikoto. Saito couldn't be bothered with Shokuho Misaki's inquisitive gaze. He hugged the last work and Misaka Mikoto 10032 tightly and activated his telekinesis to jump up from the roof. He flew towards a certain university's third hospital at high speed. Flying at a speed that was twice the speed of sound, Ito-sei arrived at the third medical hospital of a certain university in an instant. He then walked into the ward that was specially prepared for the treatment of Misaka's younger sister. He placed Misaka Mikoto 10032 and the last work into the medical equipment and operated it to treat them. Misaka Sister 10032 and the last work's problems were basically solved by Ito-sei outside, so there was no need for any complicated treatment. All he needed to do was to check if their physical data was stable and give them a shot of a special potion. That was all he needed to do. After a round of examination and treatment, the whole process only took a little more than 10 minutes. By this time, most of the people who were supposed to be there had already arrived at the rendezvous point. Saito then took out a metal plate with the Flying Thunder God's tracking technique and gave it to the Misaka Mikoto sisters who had already returned to the hospital. He then left the treatment room and headed towards the rendezvous point. The first rendezvous point was Haruno Kiyama's apartment that wasn't far from a certain university's third hospital. At this moment, other than the original owner of the apartment, Haruki Kiyama, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, there was another cute girl who was about 10 years old. She looked very similar to Frenda, with curly blonde hair. She wore a light green and gray dress with a pair of pink stockings on her leg. Looks like everyone's here, Saito said as he walked into the apartment. What's the rush? It took me a lot of effort to get out of the school. Kinuhata Sai, who was wearing a sports attire with an unknown school's logo, said. I'm bringing you all to witness a new world, Saito replied. He then ignored Kinuhata Sai and Frenda, who were shocked by his words, and took out his phone to activate the hover circuit to disguise the surveillance footage. He then took out a test tube with a specially made nanomachine from the Rubik's Cube world and threw it on the ground. But, following the sound of the test tube breaking, the specially made nanomachine inside the test tube flew out and filled the entire apartment. Although they were confused by Saito's actions, other than Frenda's sister Freemia, who wanted to ask but was stopped by her sister, no one asked what was going on. After controlling the specially made nanomachine to disguise the AGM field of everyone in the apartment, Seito smirked and opened the Rubik's Cube world to put Haruki Miyama, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, her sister Freemia and Takitsubu Riku inside. After throwing them into the Rubik's Cube world, Seito, who was in the Academy City in the Rubik's Cube world, with a thought, 5 pieces of wood came out from his shoulder and fell to the ground, transforming into Haruki Miyama, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda and Takitsubu Riku. Although I don't know how long the wood clone's special form can deceive people, I hope it won't be too short. Seito thought as he spread out the specially made nanomachine and attached it to the wood clone according to everyone's appearance. Seito didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave Haruki Miyama's apartment. He headed to the place where he had arranged to meet with Sei Taiksen, an abandoned factory building. Fortunately, whether it was Sei Taiksen's Academy of Computer Science or the factory building where they were supposed to meet, they were all in School District 7. Seito didn't have to waste time to go to another school district, so Seito soon arrived at the abandoned factory building and saw Sei Taiksen in her Academy of Computer Science uniform. Chapter 889. The meeting between the two began with silence. Forget it, I don't have much time. I'll just get straight to the point. Seito sighed when he saw that Bushujaisenshin had no intention of speaking first. He then stepped to Bushujaisenshin's side in an instant. The moment her pupils shrank instinctively, Seito slammed his palm on her neck and knocked her out. Seito reached out to support Bushujaisenshin. With a thought, he sent Bushujaisenshin into the Rubik's Cube world. Seito then did the same thing. He used Wood Clone to transform into Bushujaisenshin and attached the special nanomachines disguised as Aim's diffusion field to the Wood Clone. Seito nodded at the Wood Clone that had transformed into Bushujaisenshin. He then immediately turned around and left the abandoned factory. Without stopping to rest, he rushed toward Fangchuan Kikyo and Indix's location. Since Fangchuan Kikyo and Indix were received late in the order, Seito arranged for the two to wait in the office allocated to him in the 3rd Medical Hospital of a certain university when he arranged the meeting place. Therefore, after circling around School District 7, Seito once again returned to the 3rd Medical Hospital of a certain university. Where's the last? Indix asked when he saw Seito pushing the door open and entering the office. In the special treatment room, Seito replied. What's wrong with her? Indix asked with concern. It's nothing, just a little heatstroke, Seito explained with a smile. If you're worried, you can go and see her. But she's probably still sleeping right now and won't be able to accompany you. I understand, Indix replied. He then turned around and walked out of the office. He walked toward the special treatment room where the last and the Misaka sisters were. Seito watched Indix leave the office. He then turned to Fangchuan Kikyo and said with a serious expression, the situation has changed. There's no time for you to think about it. So, please answer me immediately. Are you willing to accept my invitation to become the last's personal nurse researcher? Fangchuan Kikyo frowned slightly. He couldn't help but lower his head and ponder. In fact, psychologically speaking, she was very willing to accept this job, not only because she was familiar with the final product, but also because she wanted to observe the final product and cultivate it well. However, Seito was just too mysterious. Not only was he strong enough to easily defeat Accelerator, who was ranked first, but he was also accompanied by a little nun who was basically impossible to appear in Academy City. And what worried her the most was, there seemed to be other troubles around him from time to time. This made Fangchuan Kikyo, who did not plan to enter the dark world after the evolution experiment of the absolute ability, hesitate to accept this job offer and take the risk to be the private nursing researcher of the final work. Can you guarantee that other than that, I won't be bothered by other troublesome matters? Fangchuan Kikyo looked up at Seito and asked. This was her bottom line. Although Fangchuan Kikyo was more interested in the final work, she would not put herself in danger for this kind of thing. Otherwise, she would not think that she was just not gentle but very naive. I can guarantee you, absolutely not. Seito replied with a look of certainty. Okay then. Fangchuan Kikyo sighed. With this sentence, it meant that Fangchuan Kikyo had accepted Seito's invitation to become the private nursing researcher of the final work. Seito, who received an agreement, smiled slightly and moved the unsuspecting Fangchuan Kikyo into the Rubik's Cube world. However, Seito did not split into Fangchuan Kikyo's appearance to confuse others. Instead, he turned around and left the office, walking toward the special treatment room. After more than 3 minutes, Seito appeared in the special treatment room again. Index. Seito called out to Index, who was pestering the perfect female Misaka sister in his mind. Index, who heard the greeting, turned around with a puzzled look on her face. We're going home, Seito said with a smile. Don't you need to participate in the competition today? Index, who had walked up to Seito, asked in surprise. No need. Seito shook his head and explained, Okay, remember not to resist. I'll send you to see Asola. Ah? Index's eyes widened in shock. However, the Rubik's Cube world had already opened and sent her to the room assigned to Asola. Surprised? Seito looked at 10032, who was lying on the bed. All the Misaka sisters in Academy City asked with a smile. According to Academy City's ability development theory, a person can only have one ability, one of the Misaka sisters said. But the ability you used just now was of the space element. It doesn't match the ability you showed, another Misaka sister said. Could you be the legendary multi-talent ability user? Misaka concluded. The third Misaka sister concluded with their unique way of speaking. To a certain extent, yes, Seito confirmed with a smile. Then, he slowly put away the smile on his face and looked at the Misaka sisters in front of him with a serious expression. You should know what happened just now. It's too dangerous for you to stay in Academy City, so I've decided to take you away from here. Are we going to leave like the silver-haired nun? Misaka was looking forward to it, but she was also puzzled. One of the Misaka sisters said with an expressionless face. Yes. Seito nodded and confirmed. In order to prevent the other Misaka sisters from being harmed, I'll go abroad to prevent them from being harmed. I'll bring them with me so that we can live together. Can we? Misaka asked anxiously. Yes, you can, Seito said with a firm tone. Then, he walked up to the last work and hugged her. He carried her to Misaka sister 10032 and said to the other Misaka sisters, All right, we don't have much time left. Gather around me, I'll take you away from here. The Misaka sisters trusted Seito a lot since he had saved their lives and healed their bodies. They immediately gathered around him and waited for Seito to make his move. You can definitely live like normal people. Definitely, Seito said with a serious face as he looked at the 10 Misaka sisters who trusted him. Then, he activated the Rubik's Cube world and sent the 11 Misaka sisters, including the last work, into it. Seito believed that Alistair would know about this immediately. Without hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God spell and appeared in the gigantic brainless room in the artificial room. He activated the Rubik's Cube world and swallowed the gigantic brain. The moment the gigantic brain disappeared, Seito's face turned serious as he sensed danger. He activated the Flying Thunder God spell again and appeared in the cell where Oleana Thompson was locked up. While she was still in shock, Seito knocked her out and sent her into the Rubik's Cube world. At this point, Itose, who was almost reluctant to leave Academy City, used instant transmission to disappear from the prison and appeared in the sky above Academy City. With a thought, he detonated the special nanomachines attached to the wood clone, and the nanomachines mixed into the hover circuit, creating a small area of effect that could affect the Angem field and the hover circuit to a certain extent. While doing so, he continuously used teleportation to leave Academy City at high speed. Seito could teleport 3 times in a second. Each time he teleported, he could teleport 1 kilometer away. When the chaos subsided, Seito was already above School District 2. He only needed to teleport a few more times to get out of Academy City's airspace. But at this moment, Itose suddenly felt that he was being locked on by something. Then, when he teleported for the second time, a thick laser beam suddenly shot down from the sky, instantly enveloping the place where Itoseji was. F*CK, that was close. At the moment when the laser beam fell, Itose, who had dodged into the Rubik's Cube world, said to himself with lingering fear, that attack just now was launched from the large-caliber ground-to-ground laser cannon mounted on the Cowherd 2 satellite, right? That kind of pressure and sense of crisis is no less than facing an A-level expert. Whatever, let's ignore that stupid satellite for now. I should get out of Academy City as soon as possible, Seito said to himself as he calmed himself down. With a thought, he returned to the sky above Academy City in the magical Forbidden World and continued to teleport out of the Academy City. Although the laser cannon was powerful, it couldn't fire continuously without a gap. It needed at least a minute to recharge between each shot. Although this 1 minute was short, it was enough for Seito to get out of Academy City's airspace. As for whether Cowherd 2 would continue to attack him after he got out of the airspace, that was something he had to consider after he got out. Fortunately, Seito wasn't far from the edge of Academy City. It only took him less than 10 seconds to get out of Academy City's airspace and into normal Japanese territory. Later, Itose jumped into the crowd and got into a crisscrossed building complex. While no one was paying attention, he used the transformation technique to turn into a black cat and continued to escape from the path at high speed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go here to read. Chapter 890. Who knows if Alistair had other plans, or if he thought that this wasn't the right time to use his trump card, so during the entire process of Itose escaping from Academy City, he didn't take any other actions other than firing a laser cannon to stop him. He didn't use his trump card, Angel Iwa, nor did he use quantum entanglement to transform into his own form. Strangely, he just let Seito leave. However, unbeknownst to Itose, a piece of information about him leaving Academy City had spread in the magic world. This made the magic forces that coveted Asola and the power of the Book of Law eager to take action. Some of them even sent people to stop Itose. The British Puritans who heard that Seito had left Academy City even sent Sage Kanzaki Kaori and the genius rune Mage Steel to Japan to retrieve the Catalogue of Secrets. At the same time, a special squad called Welcoming Lightning, that directly belonged to Chairman Alistair, set off from Academy City and chased after Seito's whereabouts. At the same time, Seito was in Academy City in the Rubik's Cube world. He was explaining the situation in the Rubik's Cube world to the newly joined researchers Haruki Kiyama, Kikyo Yoshikawa, and Tetsushin Wabi, combatants Half-Key Magician and Magister Oriana Thompson, Kinuhata Sai Frenda and Takitsa Bariku, and the unrelated Freemia, as well as the Misaka sisters. That's the basic situation. Seito ended with this sentence, and said to the people who were still in a state of shock and disbelief, "Looks like we've been betrayed." Tetsushin Wabi, who had a pair of dead fish eyes, was the first to recover from the shock. Yes, You've boarded a pirate ship that you'll never be able to get off in this lifetime. Seito shrugged and laughed. What are you going to do with us? Kinuhata Sai, who was so shocked that she even forgot to speak super something that she was used to, asked. Except for Oriana, I have other arrangements. I will put the rest of you in the Superpower Support Research Institute, Babel. Seito glanced at Haruki and the others and said, But don't worry, I will open a separate department for you. Okay, let's go. After everyone nodded to show that they understood, Ito-sei said to everyone with a smile. Then, with a thought, he led everyone to the director's office in the Babel building. My lord. Seeing a group of strangers suddenly appear in front of him, Bai Mulong, who was sitting on the black leather boss chair drinking tea, quickly put down the teacup and got up from the chair, greeting Sei-Ito in the crowd. Come, let me introduce you to each other. Ito-sei smiled and greeted Bai Mulong, who walked around the table to his side. This is the person in charge of the Superpower Support Research Institute, Babel. Director Bai Mulong. Sei-Ito pointed to the dark brown professional suit next to him. Her legs were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and she had long black hair with slight waves. The whole person looked easy to get along with. Bai Mulong introduced to everyone. Hello, I'm Bai Mulong. Please take care of me in the future. Bai Mulong didn't put on airs, just because she was the director of Babel. She humbly greeted everyone. Hello. Everyone returned the greeting. This is Ms. Haruki Miyama. She's an expert in superpower research. Sei-Ito pointed to the black stockings wrapped around her legs, wearing a gray professional skirt and a white shirt. With a black tie tied around his collar and thick eyelashes under his eyelids, he looked like he was suffering from severe insomnia, Haruki Mushin said. Hello. Kimiyama Harusei, who was more dull and gloomy, said with few words. Bai Mulong, don't mind her. She's like this. You'll understand when you get along. Although he knew that Bai Mulong's personality wouldn't be good, in order to prevent misunderstandings, Sei-Ito hurriedly mediated. It's okay, master, I don't mind. Bai Mulong looked at Sei-Ito with a smile and said. Oh, that's good. Ito-kari said with a smile. Then he pointed to Toshin Bushu, who was wearing a blue school uniform with long dots. His black hair was messy like seaweed, and his eyes were worse than Haruki Miyama's. Ito-kari introduced him. This is Toshin Bushu, 17 years old. Although he is young, he has scientific research ability in the field of biological psychiatry that ordinary experts can't match. Hello, I'm Bushu Jushin, please take care of me. Knowing that the person in front of him was likely to be his direct superior, Bushu Jushin greeted him. This is Fangchuan Kikyo, a researcher in superpower. After Bushu Jushin and Bai Mulong greeted each other, Sei-Ito pointed to Fangchuan Kikyo, who was wearing some old clothes. Hello, please take care of me in the future. Fangchuan Kikyo saluted. Later, Ito-sei introduced Kinuhata Sai, Frenda Sevelen, to Kitsubu Riku, and the Misaka sisters to Kashiwagi Ryo. After all the introductions were complete, Ito-sei told Kashiwagi the purpose of his visit. From now on, they will join Babel. However, because you all come from different worlds, their research direction is different from Babel's system. Therefore, I'm going to set up a separate department under Babel's name. Except for the necessary financial support and venue, they will be responsible for the internal affairs. Okay. Bai Mulong nodded and agreed. I'll prepare the office for you later. Bushu, Fangchuan, try your best to help the Misaka sisters in the future. Let them have a normal relationship as soon as possible. Sei-Ito turned to Bushu Jushin and Fangchuan Kikyo. Understood. Bushu Jushin and Fangchuan Kikyo replied. Miyama, your research direction is still in the field of AGEM diffusion and the part of the brain network. However, don't just limit it to the system of your original world. Include Babel's espers in your research system. Ito turned to Haruki Muyama and said. Understood. Haruki Muyama nodded. Kinohata Sai, Takitsubariku, you two try to use Babel's technology and see if you can break through your own level limit and enter the level 5 level. Ito turned to Kinohata Sai and Takitsubariku again and said. Can we really be promoted to level 5? Kinohata Sai's eyes lit up and quickly asked. I'm not sure, but since it's a system of 2 different worlds, maybe there really is a way to promote you to level 5. Ito smiled. I'll work hard. Kinohata Sai said confidently. Kashiwagi, help them with the admission procedures later. Ito turned to Kashiwagi again and pointed at Kinohata Sai, Takitsubariku, Frienda sisters, and the Misaka sisters. Especially the sisters, let them go to different schools and experience the real life of an ordinary person. Okay. Kashiwagi replied. Okay, you guys do what you need to do, I'll leave first. Ito looked at everyone and smiled, but just as he was about to leave, his face suddenly showed an expression as if he thought of something and said to Kashiwagi. By the way, they don't have a place to live yet. Arrange their dormitory on the way. Understood. Kashiwagi smiled. Itosei, who had nothing else to tell Ursola to do, left the Babel building with Oriana and arrived at the apartment assigned to Ursola. Sir. After living in the Rubik's Cube world for a while, Ursola, who was preparing to record everything she saw and heard in the form of a secret clerk and reorganize her own beliefs, suddenly called out to Itosei, who suddenly appeared in the room. Ah-chung. Inticus immediately followed. Wow. I heard this is a different world? Misaka asked curiously. Hearing the two's greeting, Last Work, who was kneeling on the sofa and watching TV, quickly turned to Ito and said. Yeah, a new world where no one will take advantage of you and the Misaka sisters and put you in danger. A new world where you can live a normal life. Ito looked at Last Work and smiled. A normal life? Is it like the life of a student in Academy City? I don't know why, but Misaka suddenly felt touched. Final Works tilted her head and said, Yes. So soon, you will also go to school, just like the other children. Going to the front of the Last Work, squatted down and looked at her eyes. Wow. Misaka can go to school. Misaka couldn't hold back her excitement at the sudden surprise. Final Work jumped up from the sofa and cheered. Ito straightened up and patted Last Work's head. Then, he walked to the side and sat down. He looked at Ursola, who was wearing a white linen robe, Oriana, who was dressed like a Persian dancer, and Inticus, who was wearing a white monk's robe with golden embroidery. I plan to build a magic school for the children who wish to learn magic. Sir, are you going to promote magic in this world? Ursola asked in her special way of speaking. Yes. I've had this idea for a long time. It's just that I didn't have a teacher because I only had magic books, Ito said softly with a smile. Don't tell me you want me to be a teacher? Oriana, who was not stupid, immediately understood the meaning of Itosei's words. She said with a surprised face. Not only you, but also her. Ito looked at Inticus with a smile. Me? Inticus pointed at himself, his face full of shock. Chapter 891. P.S. Thanks to Dark Flame Light, Zhang Xiaozhong, and Rosette Martial Emperor for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Instant Potato, NXCX, and Nickfany for their tips. Yes, no one is more suitable than you. You have 103,000 magic books and are proficient in all the magic theories of the East and the West. Itosei looked at Inticus and smiled. And with this as a foundation, I also believe that you will be able to quickly master the otherworld magic knowledge I will impart to you and become a real demon god who is proficient in multi-world magic. But I don't have any magic power? Inticus asked, still confused. What you don't have is the magic power of the world you were born in, which is the magic power created by refining life force. But in other worlds, although life force is also the source of power to drive magic, most of them are still spells based on mental strength. As long as you can grasp the method of refining magic power from other worlds, it's not impossible for you to possess magic power and cast magic, Sei-to explained with a smile. Besides, even if you don't succeed in the end, you can still be a magic professor who only imparts theoretical knowledge and let others do the practical teaching, Sei-to continued. Can I really do it? After hearing Sei-to's explanation, Inticus, who had no experience as a teacher other than being a directory of forbidden books and a mobile library, was not very confident. You can definitely do it. Sei-to looked at Inticus with confidence. Then, alright, I'll give it a try. But if something goes wrong, don't blame me. Inticus hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. At the same time, in case Sei-to came looking for trouble in the future, Inticus had set up an ambush in advance. Don't worry, I won't blame you, Sei-to said with a smile. Seeing that both Oriana and Inticus had agreed, Sei-to flipped his hand, and several apprentice-level magic books that he had copied from the Magic Realm Library of the main world appeared in his hand. This is a basic book on the magic system of another world. Take a look. Sei-to handed the book to Inticus. He said to the three of them, including Oriana and Asola. Hearing that this was a magical world from another world, the three of them showed a curious look at the same time. They stepped in front of Itose. Each of them reached out to pick up a book, moved it in front of their eyes, and lowered their heads to open it. As professionals, Oriana, Inticus, and Asola were soon attracted by the knowledge contained in the book and immersed themselves in reading it. You guys watch. I'll go back outside to deal with some matters first. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask Asola. Sei-to patted his thigh lightly. He stood up from the sofa and said to the three of them who were engrossed in reading the book. Understood, my lord, Asola, who had recovered from her daze, hurriedly replied respectfully. I'm leaving. Sei-to smiled as he rubbed the last work's head again. Without waiting for Oriana and Inticus to respond, he instantly disappeared from their sight and returned to the magic forbidden world. Sei-to first stood in place and looked up at the gradually darkening sky. Then, he withdrew his gaze and transformed into an ordinary middle-aged man. He walked out of his hiding place and walked slowly to the nearest post office like an ordinary person. Soon, Sei-to arrived at a post office that was about to close. He bought 30 small couplets, more than 200 stamps, and an equivalent number of envelopes. Under the strange gaze of the staff, Sei-to walked out of the post office and randomly found a house nearby. Regardless of whether there was anyone in the house, he directly broke into the house illegally. Dear, you're back. The door opened and closed with a muffled sound. A middle-aged woman in casual clothes with a checkered scarf on her chest walked out of the kitchen. She greeted him with a smile while wiping her hands with the hem of her apron. The next moment, the smile on the woman's face immediately changed. Her expression was full of horror as she asked, "Who are you?" Sei-to was too lazy to answer the woman's question. He directly used his mental strength to forcefully break through the woman's self-defense barrier and activated hypnosis to brainwash her. I clearly heard the door open just now. Why isn't there anyone here? After a while, the middle-aged woman's eyes moved. She looked at the door with a puzzled expression and muttered to herself. Then she turned her head to look at the situation in the room, as if she didn't notice Sei-to's existence at all. She turned back to the kitchen with a strange expression and continued to prepare dinner. At this time, Sei-to, who had already sat down on the sofa, had an idea. More than 200 black iron pieces with flying thunder gods positioning technique appeared on the coffee table in front of him. He used psychokinesis to control them into the envelopes, sealed them, and affixed them with stamps. He also wrote the mailing address. Let's do these first. After the letter arrives, I'll continue to send it. Seito looked at the more than 200 envelopes in front of him that were ready to be sent out at any time and sighed softly. Then Seito put away the envelopes in front of him, got up and left the house. He returned to the post office and put the envelopes in his hand into the mailbox. After doing all this, Seito did not stay in the same place for long. He walked at a normal speed from the post office and stopped a taxi halfway to Haneda International Airport. After that, he did not pick the destination that the plane was going to. He randomly found a plane that was about to take off and sneaked into it. He then boarded the plane and left Japan. I didn't expect it to be Russia. A few hours later, Seito, who had sneaked out of the plane, looked at the crowd around him and curled his lip. Forget it. Although it was nice to eliminate the 3 nuns in the White Book, the sisters are still more important. Let's pick up the sisters that are in the related organization in Russia first. With that thought in mind, Seito immediately took out his phone and activated the special function to contact the nanomachines that were buried in the gift that Seito gave the Misaka sisters before they were sent out of Academy City. He then locked onto the sisters' current location. I'm in luck. There's one Misaka sister nearby. Seito chuckled as he looked at the red dots that were spaced apart from each other on his phone. He then put away his phone and stopped a taxi to go to the related organization that was working with Academy City. Although Russia in the Magic Forbidden World is also a technologically advanced country, in terms of technology, it is still much worse than Academy City, which specializes in science. It can't stop Itose, who can freely enter and exit the secret scientific research institute in Academy City using the technology of Academy City, and he was able to sneak in without being noticed. He then found the Misaka sister who was resting in one of the rooms. Voila! Just as Itose entered the room, there was a sound of a gun bolt being pulled. Don't shoot, it's me. Seito, who heard the sound, immediately said to the Misaka sister, who was sitting on the bed with an automatic rifle in her hand. She was only wearing a pair of blue and white striped boxers. She was aiming at him with an automatic rifle in her hand. I didn't know you were this kind of person, Misaka said with disdain. The Misaka sister put down the rifle in her hand. What kind of person? Seito asked back. Attacking an underage girl at night is a criminal act. Misaka kindly reminded him with the intention of helping him out. Seems like you're living a good life here. You even learned how to complain. Seito was speechless. Alright, hurry up and pack your things. I'll take you away. The Misaka sister, who was constantly connected to Misaka's network, naturally understood what Seito meant by leave. She didn't ask any questions. Instead, she grabbed her clothes and put them on in front of Seito. It seems like I'll have to teach you what shame is as soon as possible. Seito sighed softly. Misaka's knowledge system has introduced what shame is, but I don't know what it's like. So I'm confused. The Misaka sister, who was buttoning her shirt, said, In normal life, other than when you're taking a shower, have you ever seen someone take off their clothes in front of others and expose their body to others? Seito tilted his head and thought for a while before asking. No, I haven't. The Misaka sister replied after she finished buttoning her dress and put on a sleeveless sweater. Then it's because of the human's sense of shame. If one exposed one's body to another person for no reason, under the constraints of morality, people would naturally regard the thoughts they had when they saw someone else's body as the other party's true thoughts. That's why you think it's shameful and impolite to expose your body. That's what shame is, Seito explained. Pervert. The Misaka sister, who was wearing the special eye protection glasses, pointed at Seito. The Misaka sister, who was wearing the special eye protection glasses, pointed at him. How long does it take for you to say something like that at a time like this? Seito complained weakly. It seems like my choice of words was correct. Misaka sighed as she learned another common sense. Misaka said expressionlessly, "Alright, let's not waste any more time. I'm afraid something might happen if we wait any longer." Seito shook his head helplessly as he urged her. The Misaka sister stopped messing around. She slung the automatic rifle over her shoulder and picked up her phone and the Toada pendant Seito gave her. She turned to Seito and said, "It's done." Upon seeing this, Itomori turned his head and looked at the room. She discovered that other than some daily necessities, there were no other decorations in the room that would be found in a normal girl's room. It was as cold and cheerless as a servant's room. Seeing this, Itose couldn't help but sigh. Then, he sent the Misaka sister into the Rubik's Cube world and let her stay with the other Misaka sisters who entered first. Seito immediately teleported and disappeared from the Misaka sisters' room. He appeared on the streets of Russia under the night sky and transformed into a Russian man. He blended into the crowd and moved to another city where the Misaka sisters were staying. A few hours later, the second Misaka sister was also sent into the Rubik's Cube world by Seito. However, in order to prevent his actions from being discovered by Alistair, after Itose picked up the second Misaka sister, he temporarily stopped the rescue operation for the sisters in Russia. He would continue when the time was right in the future. Although he had temporarily stopped the transfer of the Misaka sisters in Russia, it didn't mean that he had to stop his actions in other countries. Therefore, after sending hundreds of letters with the Flying Thunder God's tracking spell to other countries in Russia, Itose, who had changed his appearance, once again sneaked into the plane and flew to the next country and city. Although Alistair was monitoring the sisters all over the world, he could not pinpoint the exact location where Seito would appear. Naturally, he could not use the Misaka sisters' Anem field to control the quantum entanglement state and punish Seito. Therefore, no matter how much Alistair wanted to capture Seito and kill him, there was nothing he could do. In this cat-and-mouse situation, Seito managed to rescue a total of 30 Misaka sisters in a week until the 27th of September. After today, the first batch of letters will arrive at the designated location. This way I can move much faster, Seito thought to himself as he strolled around the streets of northern Italy in the form of a black-haired Italian man. This should be the place, Asola's house, Seito thought to himself as he stopped in front of a duplex building. He then took out the key he got from Asola, unlocked the door, and walked in. With a muffled bang, Ito Seiji closed the door and summoned Asola, who was wearing nothing but a nun's habit and a white linen robe, to his side. "This is the place, right?" Seito asked Asola. "Yes, my lord," Asola replied respectfully. "Then, you may begin." Seito nodded and said, "Although I entered the room using someone else's appearance, I can't be completely sure that there's no surveillance or other things around. It's very likely that the Roman Orthodox Church will be attracted here." "I understand, my lord." Asola nodded solemnly. She then walked into the room and began to pack the clothes and tools she wanted to bring with her. Itokari, who had nothing to do for the time being, walked into the room. He waved his hand to summon a palm-sized whirlwind to clean up the dust on the table and the chair in front of him and threw them into the trash can not far away. He then took out the magic books that had been sorted out by Oriana recently and began to read. Chapter 892. Even though Oleana Thompson was a half-baked magician, she was still a master magician who could create something like the Shorthand Codex, which allowed her to have half a foot into the realm of Archmage. Her knowledge in magic was still considerable. Since Inticus was unwilling to provide her with the knowledge of the Shorthand Codex, this was the best teaching material for mastering the magic system in the Forbidden World. However, Oriana's magic skills were still amateur, and her magic foundation was not perfect. Be it astrology, Kabbalah, or the theory of arcane magic, they were all incomplete. This was the main reason why the shorthand codex she created was not stable enough and could not be preserved. Fortunately, she had Inticus, a theoretical magician, by her side. Even though he was unwilling to replicate the knowledge in the shorthand codex, Seito was able to correct the mistakes in the basic. While Inticus made up for Oriana's foundation, he also prevented Seito from being influenced by the wrong theories and ending up like Oriana. My lord, it's done. Seito did not know how much time had passed while he was reading. At this moment, Asola's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Where are the things? Seito flipped his hand and put away the book in his hand. He got up from his chair and turned to Asola, whose face and body were covered in dust. They're upstairs, my lord, Asola replied respectfully. Seito nodded in response. He walked to the stairs and walked up to the second floor step by step. Then, he entered the room on the second floor with Asola. Is this it? Seito looked at the things that were placed on the ground in front of him. The 4 or 5 cardboard boxes that contained either clothes or books asked. Yes, Asola replied. Seeing that Asola had confirmed it, Seito did not beat around the bush. He moved the boxes into the Rubik's Cube world and sent them to Asola's room. Seito then turned to Asola. He reached out his thumb to wipe away the dust on her face and said, Is there anything else you need to pack? If there's nothing else, I'll send you back. Feeling the warmth on her face, Asola blushed and said softly, There's nothing left, my lord. Good. I'll send you back now, Seito said as he retracted his hand. Then, with a thought, he then sent Asola back to the Rubik's Cube world. Seito did not stay in the messy room any longer. He went downstairs and left the apartment, and headed to the stone bridge over the Grand Canal north of Gijjo. The bridge. Asola's apartment was not far away from the canal, so it didn't take long for Itose to reach the edge of the city's canal. Then they followed the canal north for some distance. They arrived at the Viagra Bridge without a hitch. After arriving at his destination, Seito first turned into an old man with a beard in a secret place. Then, he took out a fishing rod, a small red plastic bucket, and a foldable stool from the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he turned into an old man who came to fish, and walked out from the corner. He came to the end of the bridge, opened the stool, sat down on the rocky embankment, put down the small bucket, swung the fishing rod, and started fishing. Fortunately, it was already afternoon, and Italy was a more open country. There were not many people and police here to meddle in other people's business, so Itose's disguise could continue smoothly. Perhaps Seito was born with good fishing luck, or there were too many fish in the canal. Seito only planned to pretend and did not expect to catch any fish. From time to time, he would pick up a small fish from the canal. If Seito did not always throw the fish back into the canal, the small bucket he used to pretend to be fishing would have been filled with all kinds of fish. Just like this, Itose sat here for a few hours. Just when the sky became completely dark, a giant ice ship flashing under the moonlight came from the canal not far from the Bridge of Vigo. It did not stop at a high speed and crashed into the Bridge of Vigo where Seito was located. In an instant there was a loud bang. The Bridge of Vigo shattered under the impact of the huge 3-masted sailboat with a length of more than 100 meters. The deck to the bottom of the ship was about 20 meters long. From the deck to the tip of the mast, it was made of translucent ice crystals. It emitted a faint glow like a white light bulb. Crackle, plop, plop, it fell into the embankment and the canal on both sides, stirring up a large amount of dust and water. At the moment when the huge ice sailboat crashed, Seito immediately jumped away from the spot and flew onto the sailboat that was passing by. Although the whole sailboat was made of ice crystals, the temperature exuded from its surface was not very cold. It only felt like touching plastic. The surface was not slippery either. It was no different from stepping on flat ground. It allowed people to walk on it smoothly. The entire ship naturally emitted a faint white light, allowing people to see normally even in this dark night, as if it was daytime. Is there a mistake? At this moment, a familiar voice came from the deck of the ship. Seito, who heard the voice, immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. In an instant, a young man wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers appeared in front of Seito's eyes. His pitch-black hair was like the spikes of a hedgehog. It's actually Kamijutoma. Even without Inticus, Kamijutoma was still sent here by Alistair. It seems that the British Puritans and Academy City place great importance on the Queen's fleet and the Adriatic Sea spiritual equipment on it. I just don't know how Alistair is going to get Kamijutoma out of here without the help of the Amakusa style. Seito looked at Kamijutoma and thought to himself. Seito then ignored Kamijutoma, who was making a big fuss over there. He turned around and entered the interior of the sailboat, preparing to meet Yanis Santis, who might be on this ship. He wanted to see if he could take her and the 250 combat nuns under his command. Of course, the premise was that they were willing to convert. Seito did not want other people's religions to exist in his world. The interior of the sailboat was very spacious. It was divided into 3 parts. Each floor had more than 10 rooms of unknown use, and each room was about 30 square meters in size. According to the overall calculation of this scale, it was enough to match several of Seito's dormitories in Academy City. However, although there were many rooms on the ship and the space was very large, there were not many people inside. They were basically empty igloos. Therefore, Seito only found Yanis Santis in a corridor after searching for a few minutes. She was wearing cork at the bottom that was 30 centimeters thick. Her feet were cold, and her back, but arms and body had a lot of openings, exposing most of her white and tender skin to the air. She was wearing a black hood on her head. Seito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Yanis. At the same time, he reached out his hands to cover her mouth, nose, and waist, and flashed into an igloo on the side. "Yo, we meet again, little Yanis." Seito, who pushed Yanis onto the bed, chuckled. "It's you. Why are you here?" Yanis asked loudly. Obviously, in addition to being angry at Seito's appearance, she also wanted to let her voice spread further and attract the attention of others. "Would you believe me if I said I'm here to save you?" Seito didn't care about the volume of Yanis' voice at all and said frivolously with a chuckle. "Would you believe the words of a wanted criminal to the pursuers?" Yanis said disdainfully. "But I really am here to save you and the 250 combat nuns you lead." Seito shrugged indifferently. "Why are you saving us?" After carefully observing Seito for a moment, Yanis, who didn't see anything from his face, asked in confusion. "I'm interested in the religious tactics you have in your hands, as well as yourselves," Seito explained casually. Then, without waiting for Yanis to react, he suddenly changed the topic and continued, "Of course, this is only my initial intention to save you. As for whether I want to save you, it depends on whether you are willing to pay the price equivalent to your life." "What do you want?" Yanis asked with a frown. "Your faith," Seito said indifferently. "You're actually an agent of a heretic god. No wonder you wanted to snatch Asola back then. So you were preparing to use the Book of Law to overthrow the Cross sect and then spread the ideas of a heretic god." Yanis looked at Seito with disgust and deduced. "I say, can you not randomly imagine things that don't exist and force them on others?" Seito looked at Yanis speechlessly. "Apart from you, everything else is heresy. Since the price you want is faith, then what is it if not an agent of heresy?" Yanis still stubbornly said loudly. "You should listen to what I have to say first." Seito couldn't help but raise his voice. "I won't listen to a single word of heresy." Yanis said as she closed her eyes and covered her ears with her hands. Seito's expression froze when he saw Yanis's reaction. Then, he walked in front of Yanis and put his hand on her shoulder. He said in her mind with his telepathic ability, "What I meant was that you need to return to the state you were in before you became a believer. I don't need you to change your faith to believers of other gods. Do you understand? Since there's no need to change our faith, why are you taking away our faith? Are you insulting me?" Yanis, who couldn't cover her voice with her hands, suddenly opened her eyes and angrily glared at Seito. Chapter 893. If I save you, I will naturally place you in a place where the Roman Orthodox Church can't reach. The place where I'm going to settle you down has no religion, only the most primitive worship of idols. If you believers of other wisdom appear there, it's likely to cause the most primitive religious war, which goes against my original intention. That's why I need you to become non-believers again and explore the world from a different perspective. Seito sent his words directly into Yanis's heart through telepathy. Also, is this religion really worth believing in? A religion that judges loyal combatants for no reason? Seito continued without waiting for Yanis to speak. Think about what happened to you, Asola, and the nuns who fought with you. Seito felt that the power of words wasn't enough, so he used them as an example to remind her. Yanis, who was still firm before, couldn't help but waver when she saw the examples. However, Yanis had been adopted by the Roman Orthodox Church since she was young. She had prayed sincerely for many years, and she had devoted almost all of her body and mind to prayer. She quickly became firm again and began to repent for her previous wavering. "No need. I won't agree to that kind of price," Yanis refused with a firm expression. Then, Yanis suddenly changed the topic and said, "But I can teach you the religious tactics I know. As a price, you don't have to save everyone. You just have to save Sister Angelina and Sister Lucia." Yanis's act of teaching Seito religious tactics seemed to be betraying the faith she guarded. However, there was actually a trap. The reason religious tactics were called religious tactics was that the process of using them was different from ordinary magic tactic. It required faith or understanding of the tactic. In other words, it meant that the non-believers couldn't use it, and the believers were weak. At the same time, it could also allow the non-believers who wanted to master the religious tactics to subtly become believers of the Roman Orthodox Church or the Crusader Church in the process of learning and using it. "Hey, you have bad intentions." Seito looked at Yanis with a half-smile. "I've already given you the price. As for whether you want to do it or not, it's up to you." Yanis put her hands on her waist. She looked at Seito with an arrogant expression. "Okay. I promise you." Seito chuckled with an indifferent expression. Seito had already decided to save these combat nuns, who were condemned as sinners by the Roman Orthodox Church, and throw them on an independent island in the Rubik's Cube world. He would use other methods to achieve his goal. "Okay. You wait here. I'll go get the things for you," Yanis said. She was about to go around Seito and leave the room to get the things. "Wait," Seito hurriedly called out. "Are you regretting it?" Yanis asked with a frown. "Take this. No matter what, don't throw it away from your side." Seito didn't care about the disdain in Yanis's tone. He took out an iron plate engraved with the Flying Thunder God's positioning tactic and handed it to Yanis. Yanis took the iron plate with a puzzled expression and looked down. However, the tactic engraved on it wasn't a product of this world at all, and it was the most difficult space tactic. In addition, it was modified by Seito based on the space rule he had comprehended. It was a special tactic that could be used in most worlds. How could Yanis, who only knew about religious tactics and was a rookie in magic, discover it? So after carefully looking at it for a few seconds, she could only put it away with a heart full of doubt and vigilance. As for whether she would carry it with her, as Sei-Ito said, it all depended on whether she was willing or not. Seeing that Sei-Ito didn't say anything, Yanis opened the door, turned around and walked out of the room. "Since I've already decided, let's start," Sei-Ito, who was left alone in the room, thought to himself. Then with a thought, he used instant transmission and disappeared from the room, appearing in the sea where no one would have expected. Since a certain scale of ocean appeared in the Rubik's Cube world, Sei-Ito, who had obtained the ability to breathe freely in the sea, didn't use a telekinetic barrier to protect himself. He just floated in the sea and looked up at the bottom of the dozens and hundreds of ice crystal ships above him. "These ships are not bad. I might as well take them all," Sei-Ito thought to himself. After thinking, Sei-Ito thought, a high-speed whirlpool of water immediately appeared in front of him, and rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge underwater tornado under the sea, violently stirring up the surrounding seawater, causing a huge whirlpool to gradually appear on the surface of the sea, pulling the dozens of three-masted ships above the whirlpool into it. "Why is there a whirlpool here?" A male voice full of anger sounded from one of the ships. "Investigating now, Bishop Biagio." At the bow of the ice ship, a nun wearing a black nun's robe, a black hood, and a pair of round rimless glasses hurriedly reported. "Forget it. Inform the people on those ships and let them think of a way to escape from the whirlpool." The male voice named Biagio sounded again and ordered. "Yes," the nun replied. Then she used a spell to transmit Bishop Biagio's order to the people on the dozen ships caught in the whirlpool. Not long after the order was transmitted, dozens of square holes appeared on both sides of the ships that were trying hard to maintain the stability of their hulls. Then, dozens of large-caliber ship cannons made of ice crystals poked out of the square holes, pointed diagonally at the whirlpool below, and began to bombard Yang Xiaoyan. Boom! Whoosh! Under the continuous bombardment of the cannons, huge waves of water that were more than 10 meters tall, even more than 20 meters tall, shot up into the sky from the sea, and then fell back to the surface of the sea, stirring up huge waves, destroying the whirlpool, and pushing the ships back into the turbulent sea. Under this level of bombardment, even if Sei-Ito was still controlling the whirlpool, he could not stop the ships from escaping the shackles of the whirlpool and regaining their freedom. "You bomb, I will bomb too." Sei-Ito, who was in the turbulent sea, laughed lightly, and then raised his hands in front of him, and his 10 fingers instantly formed several hand seals. Water escape, water ground cannon. In an instant, huge water balls about 2 meters in diameter flew out of the sea, and rapidly bombarded the huge three-masted ship made of ice crystals. Boom, boom, boom. The water cannons were like real cannonballs, bombarding the outside of the ship with full power. But since the ice body could be used as a ship, how could a moving ship be simple? An energy barrier emitting a faint yellow radiance suddenly appeared on the outside of the ship, blocking the bombardment of the water cannons. But although the barrier was strong, the power of the cannonballs was not weak. Therefore, after blocking dozens of water cannons, the energy barrier on the outside of the ship that was bombarded suddenly shattered with a cracking sound, allowing the water cannons to bombard the ship without any hindrance. Crack! Another cracking sound rang out, and an irregular crack immediately appeared on the ship that was bombarded by the water cannons. A large amount of ice fragments shot out in all directions, injuring several unlucky people standing on the deck on the spot. But at this time, the entire fleet already knew that this incident was not an accident, but man-made. Therefore, after this wave of attack, the ships that fell behind the fleet opened their cannons and aimed at the location of the battle, especially the position below the sea, and bombarded in a non-directional manner. Fortunately, Sei-Ito was in the sea in his human form, and his value as a target could be said to be quite insignificant. Therefore, many of the attacks only brushed past his body, and other than making him flutter more violently in the sea, there was no other effect. Seems like I have to use my big move, Sei-Ito thought as his body swayed with the waves. Then, Sei-Ito stretched out his palms, and as if touching the sea, he activated alchemy and began to refine the sea water into ice crystals. Since it was called a big move, it was naturally not as simple as freezing the sea into ice. In the process of forming the ice crystals, Sei-Ito controlled the direction of the ice crystals with his mind, causing all the ice crystals formed under the sea to move in a specific trajectory. If there was someone from the world of steel alchemists here, they would definitely recognize that the pattern was a huge alchemy circle. Although it is a little strenuous to use my own power to activate such a large-scale alchemy circle in this world that is not connected to dragon veins below and truth above, this is the only way to get it done quickly. Sei-Ito sighed softly as he stood at the edge of the huge alchemy circle. Then, Sei-Ito stretched out both hands and placed his palms on the edge of the circle made of ice crystals, urging the energy in his body to activate the alchemy circle before him. In an instant, Ito Mori felt that the energy in his body was like a reservoir that had been opened. It kept flowing out, and in a short while, more than 1/5 of the energy in his body had disappeared. And with the infusion of that energy, the entire alchemy circle was finally fully activated, emanating blinding silver radiance that ignored the obstruction of the sea, illuminating the surface of the sea where the Queen's fleet was as if it was daytime. As the crew of the Queen's fleet looked on in horror, the entire surface of the sea turned into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a land of ice that lifted the Queen's fleet out of the sea. Then, the seawater that formed the land of ice changed incessantly. Icebergs, sharp cones, thorns and other objects appeared over the land of ice, sweeping towards the ships of the Queen's fleet that were trapped and unable to sail. Like hunters who had captured their prey, they cut them up and kept them. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.